Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, December the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Voice is poor. Okay. Well, sometimes it takes a while, but I know what I can do. Just give me a moment. Let me see if this helps. Thank you, Les. Give me one moment. All right. How about that? How's the audio now? Please tell me it's okay or better. Okay. All right, guys. I think it's okay. There's something I do within the trading room that usually fixes it. So unless now, if some of you are still having poor audio, maybe you just have to do a refresh. Okay. All right. What's happening today? Well, first of all, kind of interesting. Macy's looks like somebody's trying to take Macy's private at $21 a share. Okay. When I say somebody, this is some kind of a fund investor group and an investor group. So this is not another public company. Brigade Capital Management and Arkhouse Management. So they are looking to take Macy's private at $21 a share. And that has helped some of the other department stores like Nordstrom's, JWN. JWN is popping a little bit on that news also. Little JWN, Nordstrom's over the 200-day moving average. And also Kohl's, KSS. Sort of sympathy plays with the rumor that Macy, or not, it's not a rumor, they would like to. It's a $5.8 billion buyout. Not that, but Macy's, of course, does not have to accept it. Now, what else has happened? PSTX up, let's see, 27%, 27.5% as we speak. However, it is a big pullback. 547, it was up to 547, and at one point it got right back almost to even 329. Um, Maintained a buy, target raised to $20 from 15 by Wainwright. I don't know if there's any other news on this one. JT, now there's Zed. I can't trade this one. It doesn't load into Interactive Brokers. It's sort of I don't know what category of JTAI it is, but JTAI is up 17%. Not sure. Don't see any specific news on it. Low float, of course, 5 million in the float. INVZ is up. Well, actually, it's not a low float, 155 million in the float. That's a big jump, 18%. Israeli stock. I saw this one. I was toying with the idea of taking this short. I did not do it, unfortunately. Saw it right around here as it was breaking down underneath 7. Thought, well, okay, that's a big gap down, but how much further can it go? Well, wow, 7 to 444. Lots of shares available for me also, 1.36 million at Interactive Brokers. If William is around, might get him to take a look at this one because I don't know if this is all they've got. This is they put out some data and the market's not liking it. It's a bio, of course. So a bio, of course. So this has just been a bit, almost 50% down. LPTV, this has had a tremendous run. Last week, this was a 78-cent stock. Sorry. Last week, at the beginning of the week, this was a 51-cent stock, 132 now. I don't know if there's any more news. Did have a big pop in the pre-market, 177. I don't think there's probably not in very much volume. but it is up 15%, has earnings after hours tomorrow. Now, Zoom, ZM, being turfed from the NAS 100, ZM being turfed from the NAS 100, and a couple stocks coming in, one being DoorDash. DoorDash is having a little bit of a pop this morning, up 2.3% on that news that it's being added to the NASDAQ 100. MongoDB is also being added. There's Alt again, guys. Alt is active again, ALT. I'm just looking at some of the ones I had. Some of these are dropping now, though. We're in for yeah, basically a flat open. BMEA is still moving down, even though Citigroup said everybody is misinterpreting the data. And they still put this was on Friday, and that's what kind of caused, if you're here on Friday, I mean, this BMA, of course, had a tremendous run all the way up to 22, and then the last few days dropped. Friday it was way down on Friday, down to $10, and then I think it was Citigroup came out and said, you know what, everybody's is misinterpreting the data, and so that caused this little run. But again, it is moving down again. SE gapping down. SE was gapping down. Yeah, still a big gap down 10%. Seen this one, this is what a week this one had. I remember this week. I remember this week. But anyway, this is moving down again. SE, not sure why. Okay, that's the reason. Okay, so TikTok set to resume e-commerce in Indonesia with a $1.5 billion Tokopedia investment. So this is an Indonesian stock. So this is causing this one to be soft this morning, down 10% with that TikTok news. And CI, big move up here for CI. I guess I do remember this a few months ago or a few weeks ago. Can't remember exactly, but CI was looking to merge with Humana, HUM. I guess that is off now. So based on that news, that's a big float, 290 million in the float to be up 13%. So CI has really popped on that news. Humana is up a little bit, not as much, I don't think, as the 13% that CI is up. Yeah, not even close. So CI is really moving on that news. Shareholders are cheering that. I guess they weren't that enamored with the potential merger. And Bitcoin, yeah, Bitcoin down after a big run. Bitcoin is up. What I see, I know I'm slightly delayed. I see that Bitcoin's off at $2,000. So there's BITO. Big level for it to try to hold here, BITO. I know it's not like 100% correlated with Bitcoin, but for me, it's close enough. So I'm going to stick an alert here, 2041 for BITO, see if it takes that out. I'm sure there's no news on alt. It's just, it's just a trade. I remember we had the big, huge day one day, and a research, then a bunch of days afterwards, moving higher. I don't think there's probably no new news on it. KTTA, what news? I haven't even seen KTTA. Must be, is it one less than a dollar? KTTA? Yeah, less than a dollar. Don't see any news. Yeah, there is news. Announces positive in vivo preclinical efficacy. So there is some news. That's the news. Big move, yeah. Up 199%. Good morning, Les and Javier. EMEA guys. Wow, this is not this that city. It's either city or city group. Let me see if I can still find that news. Citigroup maintaining a $90 price target, claiming that everybody is misinterpreting the data. Now, the trade of the week, free trade of the week is CVNA. Suggested entry is 42. Let's take a look at CVNA. I know it's fairly close. Sorry, 41. Suggested entry is 41. So if you sign up for the trade of the week, it's free. But there it is. Suggested entry 41. All right, let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning. I'm hearing SLNH, guys. SLNH must be on the move, a little bit on the move here. SLNH. Yeah, pop here for SLNH. Volume coming in, big volume coming in. Well, not big, 45,000, half the pre-market volume. SLNH on the move here. Low float, as always. Not as, I shouldn't say that. As over the last couple of weeks, all these, most of these big movers, of course, are low floats. We're in low float season right now. Wow, there are a ton of upgrades here, guys. A ton of upgrades. I'm not going to be able to get them all. I mean, I'm talking a ton. So let me get a few of them in anyway. Okay, let's see. I mean, there are too many really for me to type in. There's, all right, Best Buy upgraded to $89 by Jeffries. Yeah, there's just so many. I'm not going to be able to get them all in. There's just a huge. This is the biggest list I've seen in a long time. This is the upgrade list. Be interesting to see if there's as big a list on the downgrade side. Nike upgraded. Oxy. I think somebody's talking about Oxy. Oxy's been upgraded by Morgan Stanley. Boy, that BMEA is just tanking, guys. And talking about tanking, look at the SLNH. Easy come, easy go. 567 and right back down to 411. Okay, that's enough. There's so many. Actually, intrigued to see how many downgrades there are. See if it's sort of an equal list. And let's just getting their last. Yeah, it's a big downgrade list too. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to really analyze, like to take a look at all these different prices, see if there's something that is downgraded to to a price that's way below, for instance, the current price. I just don't have time. Alt is on the move, though, continuing on the move. HOLI, I heard HOLI right up here. A few more, guys, just a few more. Wow, using this too. There's just too many of each. I probably got what, half of each one of them. Okay, now we're in for again, a mildly negative open, basically a flat open. Let's take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click on from our toolbar, click on new, and then docked channel bar. Scroll down a little bit till I see show more. Scroll down until I see sector status. So what we're going to see here, these are the major sectors. Okay, well, this is something I don't often see. So these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. Usually it's all or nothing. Very rarely have I seen 50-50. I'm wondering, well, okay. So what this means is 50-50, 50% in green, 50% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close, 50% are below. I rarely see that. Usually it's all or nothing, 100% one way or the other. Very rarely do I see that. And as I say, we're in for basically a flat open. There's nothing really to see here. However, I do want to see two of the major sectors with respect to their 200-day moving average. XLE, yeah, so XLE is still weak underneath that 200-day moving average. That's one of them. And then consumer staples, XLP. I think those are the only two of the major sectors that are below the 200-day moving average. Yeah, there it is. I think every other one is above. Now, guys, I am, if I, to be honest, if I weren't moderating a trading room, for me personally, all I'd be waiting for is the abnormal activity, option activity, plus the 10-day daily breakout. That's all I'd be looking at. And, if I only got one or two in the entire day, so be it. Because I can't do that. Moderating a trading room would be incredibly boring. But that is what I am going to be concentrating on. And this is what I'm talking about. This one, the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break. Okay. A combination of two scans. So, William, for the COGT, is that all they got, as they say? COGT, is it a one-trick pony? Is that all they've got? Because this is just getting thumped on that news. You're talking about here, yeah, I haven't looked at this for so long. I think at 100% it turns into a certain color, and then I wouldn't. I listen. I should know. I haven't looked at this for probably years. Okay, the important number is the 725. Okay, and that little triangle means it is at a like that little purple triangle that you can see. It means it's at another certain level. But really just pay attention to the actual percentage. So when they look at when you see PSTX at 727, I mean that's that means it's trading right now 7 times normal compared to what it normally does all day long, or it is at 7 times what it would do normally all day long. Yeah, and it's done that in the pre-market. That's all I would really care about. Well, that's what the number. I mean, that number refers to what does it normally do over, and it's either 10 or 14 days on average, okay, over the last 10 or 14 days. So in the pre-market, it's already done seven times that. No, it's comparing the pre-market with its average over once the market opens. Okay, so it's comparing. It's looking at what has it done in the pre-market, and that is 7 times. It has done 7 times what it normally does all day long already in the pre-market. How's that? Okay. I even forgot we had this color coded. I mean, it really it's the number that is important. That's all. Because it's a good question because a lot of people say, well, how come your relative volume filter doesn't work in the pre-market? And well, it just doesn't. But this is the what I would be looking at then is the volume today percent because that's telling me like here's another one. Well, this one I don't know what this is. It's a category of JTAI obviously, but INVZ 38%. It means it in the pre-market already in it's done 38% what it normally does all day long. Well, William, you will be a contrarian then. I mean, nobody's expecting rates to go up. You're talking about on Wednesday? That will be a big hit to the market if rates go up on Wednesday. A big hit to the market. Tara's just yeah, but look at that. They had some news on Friday. Okay, Tara had some news on Friday. Perhaps somebody taking them over. Yeah, so Paramount's controlling shareholder, Sherry Redstone, is now talks about the sale of the company's movie studio and other assets. That was on Friday. Okay, so it's continuation. Morning Real. Yeah, so Snap, I noticed a couple of ones that you're talking about. Snap had an upgrade this morning. What was the upgrade price? I just had no chance to really look at the prices from 8 to 22. Okay, so Wells Fargo, I guess they originally had a price target of 8. Now they're raising it to 22. And SE, really, you're talking about that one. And that's, I read some of the news on this one. I guess the fact that TikTok is now going to be available in Indonesia. I'm sorry, Singapore. That hit SE. However, Deutsche Bank is still announcing a price target of 42 for SE. Boy, COGT continues its plummetation. Seriously, guys, this is I almost took this, but I didn't. Doesn't count then. COGT just getting hammered. This must have this maybe this is all they do. Must not have anything else in their pipeline. ZM has been turfed from the Nasdaq 100, and DoorDash DASH is being added. Oh, I did not see it. I'm so sorry. I did not see it. Uh, I would call it a one-trick pony, but that pony hasn't died yet. Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I didn't see that. Yeah, I see it now. Thank you, William. But this is just getting hammered. So DoorDash, guys, yeah, I mean, look, it's at let's see, a 3-month high, certainly. Oh, you're talking about do you not see why I typed? I think you're talking about why you think that rates might be going up. Is that right? Sorry, William, I distracted. I think now I understand why you said that. Okay, guys, so we have an initial little drop now in the SPY. The other one that's being added, is it MGD? Well, you know what? Mongo, what is it? Yeah, MDB is being added to the NAS 100 also, along with DoorDash. Very expensive, but you know, if you're into that. So MDB and DoorDash, DASH, are being added to the NAS 100, whereas ZM being eliminated, right? Eliminated. So that's why, okay, so thank you, Real. So yeah, so Holly is HOLI. It's a potential buyout by Ascendant Capital, private company. So this looks like it's a done deal, is being bought, will acquire. So they already own a lot of the shares. Looks like it's kind of a done deal then. Okay, guys, less than a minute. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down. And again, I will be paying a lot of attention to the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout, this scan right there. I have no idea how many we're going to get. This AMRX, this was showing you how you can take a trade in the simulator on Friday. I didn't, obviously I did not exit it. It's a big drop for Bitcoin, isn't it? All right, here we go. We are now open. SSNT triggered for me or had an alert. Must have set that alert a while back. So there's that JTAI. Could not find any news on it. Unless I'm sorry, Cass, if you published put some news in there, I'd have missed it. But there's JTAI. However, this was a big drop from 281. Just give me one moment. I could not find any news on the JTAI and the PSTX. Again, you got to be careful because I mean this got up to 548 and it got all the way back down to 330. So yes, it's moving now, but I certainly would be careful. Low float. Actually, it's not that low a float. 53 million in the float, so it's not a crazy low floater. Now, CRISPR continues its descent here, guys. And SE moving down, SE moving down on that TikTok news in Indonesia. Pre-market low was down here around 35. Oh, GIL moving down. Gildan Activewear, Canadian stock. That's moving. I didn't see this in the pre-market. Really didn't trade that much. So this is moving down though. GIL. We're definitely having a weakish open. China education stock, GOTU, making a bit of a move here. Again, this is very early. Wow. Well, Citigroup is definitely in the minority in loving this BMEA, guys. I mean, this is basically coming right back down to where it started. Well, not quite where it started. It's a big run, but almost. You know, the $10 level. Now, before people start saying what a terrible trade of the week, remember CVNA. The trigger was 41. It didn't get there. So, you know, depending on what the market does for the rest of the week, even today, I'm not saying this is dead, but you know, the market is moving down. So there was no trigger yet for the CVNA. The trigger is 41. That's a suggested entry. And there's Macy's. Again, if you're unfamiliar with what's happening with Macy's, a couple of private firms are looking to take Macy's private, and I think they've offered them $21 a share. Doesn't mean it's going to get up to 21 again, but that's the deal with Macy's right now. Wow, look at COGT. I just didn't do it. I just didn't think it would keep going down like it did, obviously. And of course, Bitcoin very weak today. HUT, one of the Bitcoin players, HUT. ANIX, ANIX. Take a look at what's happening with ANIX. All right, this is breaking above all of that over the last 4 days. See if there's any specific news today on it. I know there's probably some news last week. Don't see any specific news. This is just sort of an extension of last week's news then, ANIX. Charlie low float, 29 million in the float. CRISPR continues down, CRSP. This was a great short last week by Shady. It was on Friday. So CRISPR continues down. CRSP. Wow. COGT showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown now. But I mean, it's so just getting clobbered here on that news. Reported data from its part one of an ongoing phase two, and the market is just killing them on that news. I don't think I've seen this one before. Global Foundries, GFS, GFS. All right, DraftKings. Yeah, a little bit of a move here for DraftKings, GKNG. Next high is around 37. Big little pop here, actually, for DraftKings, DKNG. So we're having some bounces here, guys. And O'Reilly's mentioning eBay. Look at CVNA. We're having some big bounces. Look at this. So look what the market's doing. And so the market is CVNA is kind of mimicking exactly what the market's doing. A big bottoming tail on the SPY, 15-minute, the first 15-minute candle. Now green, you can see this is, so a lot of stocks are probably mimicking what the market is doing right now. You're asking me, JK, I'm not, I mean, Chris, the December is usually a really good month, typically a really good month. Look at LPT. Wow, look at LPTV. This was at $1.30, I think. Yeah, wow, what a move. But yeah, I mean, December is usually a good month. If you look at the 12 months, where December ranks, just in general, usually December is a pretty good month. Look at Zoom, guys. Even Zoom is having a bounce here. ZM is having a bounce. Again, they're being turfed from the NASDAQ 100. So ALXO, remember this one on Friday? Big move up here to 13. Closed a little bit weak, not horribly weak, but now first bar, and it's not following the SPY at all. This is a bio, right? Yeah, it's a bio. Okay, guys, MBI just showing up on the abnormal option activity above Friday's high. It's a little bit early, but let me see this one. This is MBI. All right, some action with our AI if you've got it. Yeah, JTAI, I know Shady mentioned this one. So it had a high in the pre-market of 281. Okay, guys, MBI, MBI, MBI. I didn't get all I wanted. Yeah, massive move now for JTAI. Low float, 5 million in the float. All right, MBI guys. I mentioned on Friday, the only way I would take something in the first 15 minutes again is if I saw something in here, okay? And again, I am 100% concentrating on this option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout. So some of these are very quick. So the JTAI, look at this market. Big, big, big bounce for the market now. So we have a mild disconnect. Dow's up 30, Nas is down 30, SPY is basically flat. Again, these are quick, some of these are very quick hitters. Okay, guys, so I'm watching MBI again. I have traded most out, but I am definitely going to continue being interested in it. It's not a low float, but this was a very sneaky one on Friday, as I recall. I'm going to put an alert around 1414. BPMC, BPMC. What's happening with this one? Wow, big move for BPMC. Okay, let's take a look at DOCU, DOCU, DOCU. Showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. Big, big move. The alert was at $50.50. Did not take this one through the 200-day moving average. CABA, CABA, CABA. Got room, guys. How much? Not a lot of volume yet. I'm sorry. There is a lot of volume. Okay. It was a delayed reaction. CABA. So CABA, 1878 or so, 1890 is the next high looking left. Keep an eye on CABA, CABA. Don't know if there's any news on it, but look at the room it's got on the daily chart, on the weekly chart. Volume just coming into it. There was really nothing happening in the pre-market for it. Yeah, I'm just looking. I just see EDR, my momentum down, but look at this, and then a big pop. Wow. All right, MBI back up. I really want to see now if it's settling down. But it's exactly the reason I don't like to trade in the first 15. I did make an exception, as I said last week. I might make an exception if I get it in the normal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout scan. Okay, let's take a look at some of the. This is this EF Hutton. This one went crazy on Friday. EFHT went crazy on Friday, up to $17, right back down to 8. What's the float on JTAI? Well, I can only tell you what we got as a float, and we have 5 million. Do you have trade ideas? Trade with a stop loss? Do you have trade ideas? Yeah, IONM, is this under a dollar? Maybe that's why it's not showing up in the price. Yeah, it's under a dollar. Keep an eye on the LPTV, guys. Pre-market, it hit $1.77, almost got back up there, then it pulled back. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to suggest you would take a look at our single stock window because that will give you all that information. Give me a moment, okay? Shake Shack, SHAK. It looks like it's got a little bit of room, guys, a little bit of room. The high here, the weekly high is 65.45, so it's above that. So then the next weekly high is 69.56. 69.56, so about $4. Nobody's saying it's going to get there. Truist maintaining coverage with a $85 price target for Shake Shack, SHAK. Nice reel on your bounce of SE. Definitely following the market too. Look at the trading with SE, basically doing almost exactly what the SPY is doing. So the resumption for IONM. Any news in this one? I don't see any news on it, but definitely moving. So MBI is still pretty choppy, guys. I was hoping it would hold that 1420 mark. And the float, I mean, it's not a high float, not low, 44 million. Look at the week it had last week. Wow, almost doubled. Sorry, CABA. I mentioned CABA, CABA. Okay, guys, let's take a look at DoorDash just for fun. See if it is still moving based on its addition to the NAS 100. Yeah, look how choppy it's been. Big topping tail, big bottoming tail, topping tail. Somebody mentioned GCT, GCT, GCT on the move here, guys. Yeah, big break now on the daily. And when you look left on the weekly, lots of room, 1863. Not saying it's going to get there, but there is certainly a lot of room now for GCT. I guess I can't remember the news, but obviously I had some news on the December 1st, popped it. And that is a low float. GCT is a low float, 5.7 million in the float. Nordstrom's JWN. Okay, maybe an important level that it's broken. The whole number of 17. JWN. 200-day moving average is 1683. So I'm going to stick an alert in that area. 1680, the 200-day moving average. See if it takes that out later. The only reason it's moving is because of the potential Macy's buyout going private. So a bit of a sympathy play. Very choppy action right now, guys, on the SPY. Remember, we had a big red candle all the way down here, turned green, got up to there. Next candle was kind of green, but now it's red. So, I mean, we've got a lot of action here in the SPY, choppy, choppy action. This first half hour has been very, very volatile. And there's that flyer at the beginning, PSTX, giving it up. And wow, okay, this is a very important level for this METC. And it just triggered 1574. Why is it important? Well, there was the high over here. This is the day after the big news that it had. See if there's any specific reason. People coming out and saying it's a bunch of baloney that they've got $38 billion worth of rare earth minerals. The guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So there's that MET-C, guys. It's a low float, 25 million. That is a pretty low float. Okay, this one is starting to. This is flying AXTI. Not a lot of volume yet. 15 times normal. Not a lot of absolute volume yet, but AXTI. If you look left on the weekly chart, it's kind of right there. So the next high is around 3. So a little bit of room. The other room link is right here, Stuart. Okay, I'll put it in the YouTube room. All right, guys. MET-C. I'm liking this one on a short, as long as it keeps holding underneath 1570, which it's not. So let's take a look now. Let's see if this is just a brief blip up. 1570 is the low right there. That's why I was, or yeah, 1570. And of course, the reason I'm interested is because if it can maintain below 1570, the next low down is way down here at 12. Whoa, is that right? Okay, guys, Metsi, look at that drop. Look at that drop. Yeah, look at that drop, guys, for Metsi. And yes, yes. I just said as long as if it could get back underneath 1570, I was really interested. That's why I went, whoa, because I didn't get as much as I wanted. And then when I went, whoa, I thought, I wonder if that was real, that drop right down to 1540 from 1570. So I've taken some off because I don't know, I have no idea if it's going to get through 15, but and this showed up now late, not, I mean, at 1528 in both of the normal option activity and the 10-day daily breakdown, but it showed up earlier up here at 1595. I'm going to go over all this in about half an hour, maybe a little bit less. I'm going to show you the scans that I am sharing. Yeah, I mean that was a big, big, big drop. I mean that was like in a second from about 1570 or 1574 or so. If it takes out 15, I mean, and that it's showing up. If it takes out 15, look out below. Again, there's the reason. I mean, 1215 is the next high or next low looking left. All right. So this PSTX, I don't think this was shortable for me. Oh, there it was shortable. Shoot. Gone negative now. Look at this. Up to 548, right back down to 3. So much for Wainwright and their 20, was it a $20 price target? And then also Piper Sandler with a $10 price target. So much for that. Meanwhile, CRISPR continues its descent here, guys, showing up on the abnormal option activity. Next low looking left is 55.25. Yeah, it is evolved into one scan, if this is what you mean. Okay, so instead of having to look at the abnormal option activity and the 10-day daily breakout to check to see whether the same stock is in both, yeah, it's evolved into this on my homepage. Okay, look how choppy, look how wild that METC is. All right, this CRISPR, CRSP, again, the next low looking left, 55.76. So still has a little bit of room until it hits that next low, if it does. All right, how about this MINM? Ah, okay, keep an eye on MINM, guys. I know it's already had a big bounce here. Only a million in the float. The big deal, of course, is if it could take out somehow 460. I know it's 40 cents away. I get it. But if it does that, then you look left and look at the high that it had a few days ago. Craziness that it had that day, up to almost over $10, I think. Yeah, 10.28. MINM. Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? Well, yeah, I read that this morning also that a lot of these companies are going to, I don't know, go back to or just maintain their hybrid fleet, just kind of maintain a hybrid fleet as opposed to all electric. So you're right. That should help Tesla. You're absolutely right. Because if we're going to do that, then Tesla remains really, you know, I hate to say it, guys. I know I mentioned this a few weeks ago. I saw another Rivian on the road today. I mean, or yesterday. I don't know. It certainly doesn't win any style points. How's that? Actually, I don't think it would matter, William. When I used to live in a very cold when I used to live in Edmonton, I mean, you guys I know are completely unfamiliar with the term block heaters unless you live in the north, and so you used to have to, plug your car in overnight to make sure that the oil especially was warm. Otherwise, you're in some of these -30-degree, temperatures. Anyway, I don't know if electric, vehicles are affected like that. Here you go, Matt. You know what a block heater is. I remember when I moved to Vancouver and I, bought a car here and I asked, "So, where's the block heater?" And they said, "What?" Because in Vancouver, it just doesn't get that cold. So it was a foreign entity. Wow. Meanwhile, PSTX, just getting crushed here, guys. I mean, what a bunch of fluff that press release must have been. And there's the JTAI now choppy. It pulled all the way back, but now it's back up. But that pulled all the way back down to 2, so tough to hold on to an entire position, I would think. But anyway, this is now next high looking left is 255, though it did get up to 281 in the pre-market. It's funny, Nib. Red Prairie, Alberta. I've been there. Boy, this CRISPR kept moving down, guys. It's approaching that low, 55.76, a dollar away. Okay, marker guys, MRKR. Let's see if this is on the move a little bit. Yes, it is MRKR. Another one that had a huge move in the pre-market though, 555, goes all the way back down to 3, basically flat on the day. Now it's up 14%. I get it, but boy, that's a big move down. It had some news, announced sustained complete response for their drug trial. IKNA. Okay, I must have put this alerts a while back. Ah, okay, yeah, take a look at IKNA, guys. Let's see if it has any no volume yet. That's the issue. 10,000 shares, no volume, unfortunately, because look at the room it's got. $4. Next high looking left, almost double its but there's just no volume. Give me one moment, please. I don't know why this. Nice shady on the bounce of METC. Very nice. Oh, I couldn't tell you soon. I mean, there's no. I'm just concentrating on, not is every single day awesome? Of course not, but I'm just concentrating on that one. Today, the NBI was very quick, and for me, the jury's still out on the shorting. Then the METC showed up for me earlier. I wouldn't have taken it here, but I couldn't tell you what the next two are. Everybody's scans are different. Remember, this is just for me. When I'm concentrating on this one, others might say, "You know what? I don't like it." And that's fine. All right, so the market is, well, it's still choppy. Look at these bottoming tails and topping tails on the SPY, but the trend is up. The trend is up, but it is still choppy. Well, you've got today's P&L, max P&L, total P&L. I'm not sure, is there a column actually that says open P&L? There's open P&L. I don't have it up and running, but if I clicked on it, what would I see? Open P&L. I'm not sure what to say. I don't have anything open right now, so I've never actually used the open P&L. Meanwhile, CRISPR just continues to move down here. CRSP almost at that low here. And then after that, the next low is 54.30. Macy's hanging tough still on that potential $21 buyout to go private. Doesn't mean Macy's is going to accept it. Look at Zoom, guys. Even though just in a moment. Okay, guys, GIL just hit that scan. Now again, I am the ones that are recommended to short. I wouldn't go crazy on them, but the 200-day moving average got a little bit of room to the 200-day moving average, 30.98. And this is yeah, so this is a big gap down, and now it's just continuing down. GIL. I wonder if they had any news. Here we go. Didn't see this. Wish I had really paid more attention to this. Ouster of the co-founder. So CEO is turfed. Wow, terminated without cause. Without cause. Well, wow. Okay. ATTA. Well, somebody mentioned that in the pre-market. Yeah, I mean, I don't trade anything under a dollar, but I mean, it is up 149%. I think there was some news. There was some news on it. I just don't trade anything under a dollar. That doesn't mean you shouldn't or anybody else who, is interested in something like this. It's at the pullback. Keeping an eye on the GIL guys. The GIL, the trigger was 31.89. I don't know if Pepe's here, but yeah, I'm not wild about the shorts in that scan. Not yet anyway. Haven't seen anything that in the few days that we've been watching. It's been mainly on the long side. I think the market has to be really thumping down or something maybe for that to work. I don't know. But I will keep an eye on the GIL. With that news, CEO being turfed unceremoniously. See if it breaks down underneath 31 or 32 again. Well, there we go. Okay, let's see. Okay, Gil, I'm still interested in it. Again, the alert was at 31.89, so I'm going to stick a price alert around 31.84 and see if it takes that out. And again, the main reason is because, of course, it's got all this room underneath. No, I haven't seen Sava for a while, guys. So Sava is having a bit of a day, up to 7%. Very controversial stock, of course, company with Alzheimer's. Controversial on that, a lot of the data that they have published. A lot of people don't believe it. Well, if you're looking for a bit of a bounce, bounce play, here's Bluebird. I remember when it was bad news. That's right. Remember, it was halted for a long, long time on Friday, and it opened, got trounced. Okay, guys, I think I'll go over my homepage right now. Almost 10:30. All right. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. It'll be at the top here. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry 15 to get 15% off the first month only, or I always or the entire year. But hold on, I can give you a better code, 25%, if you do want to take out an annual. Okay. You just have to let me know. And all I ask is this: if you do decide at some point in time to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. It'll help the room immensely. It'll keep this room free. This is a free room. And the way to keep it free is that people, when and if they want to take out a subscription, just use my code. It's that simple. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll start off with a download and install, first startup and login. There are 10 short videos getting down to introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. You must do that first. If you're new to trading, this is a free series of videos that Michael Noss put on or created. Trading 101, it is free. I do a stock of the day video, that's free, of course. Trade of the week, it is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. This week's trade of the week is Carvana, CVNA. The trigger is 41. I don't know. I don't think it made it there. It's been very choppy. Yeah, it's very, very choppy. And it did not make it there, 40.98. Okay, so the trigger is 41. That's a suggested entry. So when you get the email, it'll say what the suggested entry is, and it did not hit it. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, I took the Jill short. I want to see if if it's back up to 32, I'm out. Okay, decent fill on it. 31.86. So took the short on GIL. Gets up to 32, I'm out. Give me a moment. I'm going to stick a price alert down here, 31.79, the low of the day. So there's the trade of the week. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education, big education section is here. Here's our user guide. There's the getting started again. More detailed information about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You might want to take a look at stock racing and price alerts. Price alerts I use all the time. Okay. There's the getting started series again and daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Monday. It should be Chris Farley. Before I take my break, I will confirm that. And I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room. So you can head over and listen to Chris if you'd like to. Okay. Last, here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on the homepage, my homepage link, you'll be at the top here. Just scroll down a little bit. So you see the middle section. Here are my scans. And this is the one I'm paying 100% attention to, okay? Doesn't mean every single alert we get is going to be awesome, but I'm paying attention to it. The abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout combined is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This tells me the gappers up and down. Pulse resumes is over here. Momentum scan, Momo, is up here. Abnormal option activity on its own is right here. And the 10-day daily breakout and down right here. So these are the scans that I'm sharing. I have other scans that I'm sharing. You might want to take a look at them. And of course, this room, I've called it being rebranded. This is, yes, it's a trading room, but it's also support. So if you have any questions, you can certainly ask me all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. If I'm in a trade that requires my, 100% devotion, I'll let you know. Give me a moment, please. Okay. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we are. We're a scanner. A lot of screeners out there. I'll explain what I mean by that. A lot of screeners that you can buy out there, but we are a real-time alert machine. This is the scanning aspect. Of course, sorry, the screening aspect. Of course, we can screen stocks, and that's the whole idea. When you set up an alert window, you want to sort of whittle the universe of stocks down to some kind of a manageable number. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Macy's. This is the momentum aspect. So the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes it's 400% of normal, at least. Okay. So this is the screening aspect. If the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we see Saba. That's why we see Saba at 10:35. It made a new high of the day at 26.46. It met all these filter requirements and it made a new high for the day. Okay. Give me a moment on this gill. Let's see if this is going to hold 32 or not. If not, I'll get out of it. Just give me a moment, guys. I have to just looking at watching the gill here. It is not possible to have relative volume on the chart. No, no indicator. I don't think anyway. Well, I'm wrong. Relative volume, I guess so. I've never considered it. I guess if you click on relative volume, pick where you wanna show it in the, I don't know what you're gonna see, to be honest. You can try that. Okay, guys, I'm out of the gill. I'll give it one more shot later on, maybe if it gets excuse me, down to the 3180 mark. So you can try that, KR. I've never tried, relative volume. All you have to, so on a chart, all you have to do is right click and go to click on indicators and then find relative volume, scroll down until you see relative volume. I don't know what it's going to display, to be honest. Never tried it. Now, have I missed the boat on the Macy's? Maybe not. So this is, again, a potential buyout or taking private. Yeah, buyout at 21. Okay, so if you're wondering what a scan is looking for, some of my scans, if I right click on this alert window and click on configure and then summary. So this is, as I said before, this is what the scan is looking for. Now, if you want to make a change, of course you can. If you don't like the price range, of course you can make a change. You can also create your own scans. If I click on search and set a summary, you will see these are all of the real-time alerts we have. And I know I say every single day, if you're new looking at this, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Okay. I only use a handful of them. And if I scroll down here, these are all the filters that we have. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they figured that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they tried to create enough different real-time alerts and different filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to create their own scan. Okay. So don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Well, I guess I should have taken the Macy's at 2050, would have been at least a 22-cent gain. This is what I'm talking about right here. I just didn't figure it would have enough room. Again, a pretty choppy day, guys. Up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails on this 5 15-minute chart. GIL is kind of toying with me here. I'm being maybe a little too married to the news with the CEO being turfed. All right. One more. Yeah, still kind of hanging around that 32 level. I'm talking about the GIL. Oh man, the Macy's. That was even though I just didn't think would have the room to move at 21, but so that's what I'm talking about. 2050, I did not take it. 2073 now. 21 is the potential buyout, which has not been accepted by Macy's, of course. This is just some couple of investment firms that are suggesting that they'll try to take Macy's private at $81. If Gil gets say into 31.75-ish, I may take another run at it on a short. Big float, which is good. In theory, it shouldn't be so whippy. Yeah, GTHX, I saw somebody mention this one. Of course, it was showing up on the momentum scan. Not a low float. 42 million, 43 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. Great 2 days. Well, Wednesday and Thursday, kind of paused on Friday, continuing today, GTHX. I can't remember what the news was on this one, if there was any. Okay, so you need to be on our HTML, okay, soon. I'm not because it really slows down my system. But if you right click on a chart, okay, and I'm not going to do it because it may freeze my system, okay? You have to use browser interface. So if you don't have the browser interface, if you're not using that version of our charts, and if you select that, the picture in picture should show up. So that's the first step. So right click on the chart and use browser interface. Then it should show up. I think that's a default. And if not, then okay, so first of all, let me know if that worked. Okay, so if you go to tools, options, charts, okay? If you check use picture in picture browser charts by default, maybe it's unchecked, just check it, and then they should show up. Okay, so again, I'll do that again. So click on tools, options, and go to charts, down to charts, and then options, use picture in picture browser charts by default. Now, if it still doesn't show up, and well, let's see. I shouldn't do this because I don't know what's gonna happen, but you know what? Before I do that, I wanna save everything I've done. So that 'cause my system may freeze up. When you do it, when you go from, standard charts to the HTML. Okay, just give me a moment. I think there's an option. Okay. Okay, I think up here in the right-hand corner, up in the right-hand corner, see this little icon? If you click on that, why ah, there's a little if you can see on my chart, a little right arrow there. If you click on the right arrow, then it's gonna show up. Okay? See that little right arrow? And left? Okay, good. And my system did not freeze up. Okay. Ah, look at the SPY. Big move for the SPY now, guys. Big move. So the Dow's up, SPY's up a little, NAS is down just a little. Well, maybe keep an eye on INVZ. INVZ, I mean, it's got some room if it can get over that 230 mark. Yes, Gil, thank you. Little bit of a move now. More of a move now. All right, well, some off. I wish I'd taken it all off. Now this is still a little jumpy. Boy, I thought it was gonna really, really collapse. Well, I got greedy. I guess I got greedy on that, Jill. I really thought this was gonna, even get down to the 30s. Not the 30s, but, 31. So I'm out of it again. So I basically got back what I lost the first time and made a little bit, but not nearly what I was hoping for on the GIL. All right, let's take a look at another one here. Well, where could this JTAI keep going? Great call. I don't think I saw any news on this one either this morning. Not sure if I saw any news. I don't think there was. The news is it's a low float, 5 million in the float. Okay, EDR. So this is the one that William mentioned earlier about now coming. Look at that, right on the 200-day moving average. Will that hold it? EDR right on the 200-day moving average, 22.99. So it's sitting right on top of it. Well, this will be fascinating to see if this bounces off this 200-day moving average. Remember, the 200-day moving average can provide some support. That's the whole idea of following it, seeing what it's doing. But if it crashes through, look out. Now, if it does take it out, the next low looking left is 22.59, and that's for the EDR. ZM is certainly not acting like something that's being turfed. I mean, it's still down for the day. Actually, it is not down for the day now. So ZM is being eliminated from the NAS 100. That was the reason for the big drop. But look at this. It's actually gone mildly positive. All right, MS. Uh-oh, MSS. I bet you this one is going. Yeah, this one went crazy. Maison Solutions. We have no float information for this one. I have no idea what they do. Well, retail trade, but we have no profile on them whatsoever. Don't know why. Lots of volume, 2.5 million shares. Let me check another website to see what sort of float Maison may have. 2.5 million according to another website. So 2.5 million in the float. So of course, low float. I might be looking at Gill now as a bounce play. GIL as a bounce play. Obviously, it's got a ton of room. Market seems to be shaking this off now. The CEO being turfed. Now, coming into the VWAP, 3243 is the VWAP. Let's see if that pops through it, or is that going to be resistance? All right, GH. What is this one doing now? GTHX. As I think you posted the news that it had on Friday, oh, that was Denver. Okay. By the way, I did check on the shot in Amazon in Canada, not available still. Not available. I don't know if SHOT is still available in the States on Amazon. Okay, guys, Gil bouncing here. T level at 3042, which is the VWAP. Oh, I see. I see, Pepe. Okay. Never made it to Amazon. Okay. Okay, guys. Gil, nice bounce. Nice bounce for Gil so far through the VWAP. Barely, but it is through the VWAP. All right. What did this get up to? 328. And the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 350. So I guess some room to that 350 level for JTAI. Gil, guys. Gil, GIL. So that was the play, the bounce play. I will. I will, real. Thank you. It just tore right through that VWAP like nothing. Well, now it's back down. Okay. Right at the VWAP again, 3243, 3242. So it's right at the VWAP. Well, SSNT's got room for sure. 1336, next high looking left. So shady in the 1060. I remember what the news was in this one, but it had obviously great news on December 4th. Then a low float. We don't, what is the float on SSNT? We don't have it right here. Probably have to load it again. 3 million. So we have 3 million in the float for SSNT. Bit of a, well, the spread's only a penny now. A bit of a spread issue, 56.65. Not terrible though for something with 3 million in the float that has a chance to run. All right, guys, 11:06. So it's been a pretty quick morning. JTAI, so it's just dipping a little bit below 3 now. I'm going to stick an alert up above 3, maybe later on in the day. It can take that out. Nice, nice, nice on the SSNT, Shady. Way too choppy. INAB, I'm looking at it right here, but it's to me anyway, way too choppy. Lots of resistant areas. All right, guys, things have settled down a little bit for me here. CGTX. Let's take a look at CGTX. Okay, so 2, and it's through the 200-day moving average on the weekly chart. That's right. I remember seeing this now. So $3 is the next high in the weekly chart. Pretty low float, 21 million in the float. Wow. Great bounce for GIL. See what it did, guys? It broke through the 200-day, sorry, the VWAP, came back to the VWAP. VWAP kind of held it and bounced off it again. So Real is saying that it could get to, if it got through, got through what? 3290, then it could get to 3367. And these are all based on Fibonacci levels, I guess. Am I watching more? I am not. I saw more earlier in the day, but I'm not watching it now. Moving averages, okay. Yeah, look at wow, look at more. Great move. I mean, steady. Yeah, no pullbacks whatsoever. I mean, just a steady move up. Well, they're all the same sector. I mean, it's almost that simple. They're all in the same crypto sector. So you'll find that unless the stock has news on its own, okay, you're going to find, especially the crypto stocks, you're going to find that they're probably all trade exactly the same. Energy stocks will do the same sort of thing. Unless they have specific news on their own, they're all going to really be following what their market is doing, what their sector is doing. So, I mean, you always, as a proxy, if you, for instance, if you're looking at crypto, you might want to just have BITO as a thumbnail chart to see what BITO is doing. And my guess is that most of the crypto, like the Maras and the Riots and the coin, etc., are going to look like this. Again, unless the stock has specific news on its own to perhaps counter a down like positive news that could perhaps counter the downward trend in its sector, it's probably going to trade just with its sector. Okay, makes sense. And you'll find that energy stocks will do almost the same thing. Depending on the price of oil or some news that comes out, which affects the whole sector, you'll probably find most of the energy stocks doing the same thing. Well, well, institutions, I doubt very much that institutions are involved with HUT or any of these small ones. I mean, I may be wrong. Well, but you just have to look, okay, look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin's off $2,300 today. Well, right? So you have to assume that all of the Bitcoin plays are going to be down. It's that simple. And that's why I'm saying if you have BITO, which is, I know it's not exactly following the price of Bitcoin, but pretty close. I don't mean that 2055, but I wouldn't try to overanalyze it. If the sector is moving down, any sector is moving down, especially oil, energy, and crypto. I mean, those are two sectors that virtually all stocks, unless they have specific news, will probably move exactly like it. Yeah, well, that's the reason, though. That's the reason. I mean, you're answering your own question, sort of. I mean, that's the reason. They're following the sector because, those are the stocks that make up the sector. Gold, that's the other one I was thinking of. The gold plays. I mean, if you just look at the price of gold, whatever the price of gold is doing, more than likely, all the big gold players, the Barricks and the AUs and, all those stocks, unless they have specific news for them, will more than likely be following exactly what gold is doing. That's why, again, it's always a good idea. If you wanted to take a gold play or an energy play or crypto, you should have an ETF that is devoted to either any one of those three sectors. You should have that ETF and you should have it up and running like a little thumbnail chart to keep an eye on what's happening with the sector. Well, think of it this way, Yam. If you were in HUT, okay, if you were in HUT or Riot or Mara and you saw that Bitcoin was off $2,400 today, you'd probably be, and if you're in this, you'd probably be selling it. Depending on what sort of trader you are. If you're looking long term, I don't know, but you'd probably be selling it, and that's what other people are doing. And they're looking at other people with other crypto plays are doing the same thing. They're looking at Bitcoin, going, off $2,500 now. Maybe I better, lighten my position. All right, guys. Let's see. So this did show up on the normal option activity, and I should go over this. So as an intraday trader, all I'm looking for, well, one of the main things I'm looking for are stocks that are having abnormal activity. And the obvious thing to do is look at their volume. Okay. I mean, if the volume is abnormal for the stock today, I want to know about it. So we have a great filter called the relative volume filter, current volume filter. We should we should have the same name, but anyway, the relative volume filter. So when you look at PSTX, 114 times normal, and this is time sensitive. It's 114 times normal at this time of day, which is right now 11:18 Eastern time in the morning. So that's 16 million shares represents 114 times normal. Okay. So that's the first way, that I look for stocks that are trading abnormally in terms of volume. Most of my filters have a minimum relative volume of 3. This one, though, has 8. This is why I don't see too many alerts in this one. So that's one way to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Another way for me, and this is why we've got this combo, which I'll go over, is to check out the option activity. Is the option volume also abnormal? So, if coupled with volume, like the volume of shares traded, plus the option volume, if I can find stocks that are, abnormal for each one, then that becomes extremely interesting to me. So, in terms of the option volume or option abnormality, my minimum, well, you can see right here, option volume today for PSTX, not a ton of contracts, 951, but that represents 1,264% or 12 times normal. So you've got the volume 113 times normal. The option volume is 12 times normal. So, that means that this is a stock that has to be watched for me anyway. And that's why I don't want to confuse the issue, but this is abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakdown. So before Pepe put this together for us, maybe a couple of weeks ago, I would be suggesting to people that what they should do is if you saw the same stock in the 10-day daily breakout or breakdown, and also in the abnormal option activity, follow it. Okay. So Pepe put this together though, taking both of these scans and combining them. So now you don't have to kind of check to see whether or not, the same stocks are in this scan and in this scan. And here they are. Only 4 today. You don't get too many. So you don't get too many, but this is what I am concentrating on. Now today it's been a mixed bag. I mean, the Macy's, we had an alert at 2050. I mean, it's still looking good, but I didn't take it because I thought, okay, 21 is the potential buyout. Didn't think it had enough room. I mean, the Gilead kind of worked, but you would have had to have a lot of patience. And we're still like, I'm still not 100% convinced on the ones that are moving down. So if you see anything in brown in the option activity scanner, that is a suggestion to go short. And if it's in light blue, a suggestion to go long. So I actually did take this one. I don't typically take these early on in the day, but I did end up taking this one, MBI, and yeah, I did okay, but I was hoping it would go a lot further. It was more of a scalp. The Met C I actually took earlier than I saw it here. And then the Gilead, that's right, hard G, Gilead, 3189. Maybe, and it did get down to 31.43, but that would have been hard, to kind of hold on to. So I would say it's a mixed bag today, but I'm very, very happy with the results of these. We watched them last week. Great results last week. Not every single one is going to be a rocket ship, of course, but I do like to follow them almost like a watch list all day long. Trade around. And again, that is one of the scans that I'm sharing. If you go to my homepage, it's the bottom right-hand scan that I'm sharing. Well, this is the original. That's all. This is just the original. All you need is this one. I just combined. They just put it in a dock. That's all, dock window. But this is the original. This is the one that was created, the combination. That's all. I just wanted to keep them together. Man, look at Shake Shack. This mentioned this one a lot earlier. This is still moving higher, and it's high looking left, 69.67. So this has after the company reiterated its Q4 and FY23 guidance. I'm not even sure when they have earnings, but the market's liking that news. Yeah, we looked at CGTX. It's showing up several scans, David. Okay, so the next low looking left for ACLX is 50.08. So it's got a little bit of room to 50. And if it can take through that, though, that would be, if it can get down to 48, I mean, that'd be awesome. But it may stall at 50. I really think that 50 is a hugely psychological number to get through. All right, guys, I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Chris in our YouTube room in about 35 minutes. So Carvana did not trigger, guys. CVNA did not trigger. I think it came within 2 cents of the trigger. Trigger was yeah, $41. It got to $40.98, and it just stopped right there. So this is the trade of the week, but it did not trigger. Ooh. Oh, look at this one going. OPFI, guys, big pop for this one. 221,000 shares coming in, almost half the volume of the day right here. OPFI, probably a low float, 13.5 million in the float. OPFI popping here. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Tech stock. Let's back this out on a monthly chart to see where it could go until it hits that next high. Yeah, 430. So it's pretty close. Pretty close. Try to do something here, guys. Hmm. I'm on a new build, guys, and I'm. All right, it is Chris. Chris, can you hear me? Any chance? Are you listening? Maybe not. It's okay. I'll talk to him at noon when he comes in. Okay. My mistake. Okay. I know. Sorry, guys. Talking to myself. So anyway, OPFI. I don't see any news on this one. Boy, this McGill guys might be setting up again. Take a look at what it's doing. It's hanging over that 33 mark. Okay, guys, MOR, real mention MOR. Now, just to give you, we've got a variation, okay, a variation of the of this. What we did was we took here the relative volume has to be 8, okay, in the 10-day daily breakout. Well, we dropped it to 6 to see what would happen. So that I know it might be confusing, but this is why MOR is showing up. You can do the same if you want. Again, in the normal option activity, the relative volume is I'm sorry, in the come on. In the option in the 10-day daily breakout and down, the relative volume has to be 8 here, but what we did was we reduced it to 6, and just to see, we'll get a few more alerts, not many more, but this is why MOR is showing up here. So I'm actually interested in it. The longer it holds over 9, and of course, looking left, want to check the monthly chart. Yeah, I don't see where next high looking left is around 966 on the monthly chart. But for me, the longer it holds over 9, this becomes something I really want to take. So again, if you wanted to take this one, if you've got this one up and running, the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout, okay, or breaks, and you wanted to reduce it to 6, you just right click on strategies. I'm sorry, click on configure all. Should be both checked. Edit the selected. And you see that relative volume of 8, you can change it to 6 if you want. If you want. Okay. I think you have to, but so I'm just watching more. I want to see how well it holds 9. It's holding 9 pretty well. Real is suggesting. You know what, Real? I think you have upped the yeah, you must have upped the max then price. Because Shake is not showing up for me. I have a maximum of $60, so you must have upped the price for it to show up. And of course, guys, all my scans, if you like the idea of my scans, but you can always adjust them if you want. You want a different price range, you want a different volume. You get used to if you have trade ideas, you might take a look at maybe you scan through all the filters that we've got. Maybe you add a filter that you like in. Maybe you take one that you don't like out of the scan I've got. Maybe you want a different trigger. I mean, I'm using new highs of the day, new lows of the day. Maybe you want to try new 5-minute highs, 10-minute highs, 15, up to you. I didn't see that. Sorry, Real. I didn't see that you posted Shake Shack earlier. I saw it on something else. I guess must have seen it here on the momentum scan, which I have up to 100. Definitely interested in the more. I love the way it's holding 909, 912 on the bid ask, just kind of resting a bit. Now, if you see that red line on the chart, that is the next high looking left. So that could stumble it. That is actually the next high looking left on a daily chart. So that might be enough to block it for a while. 927 looks like. If I expanded this daily chart out, I would see a high somewhere. You can't. It automatically just shows up in most cases. AM, okay, in most cases, not in all cases. There's not an option. It's not like it's an option. If the stock has just made a new high, yeah, I can't remember. I know Pepe drives you crazy why it's not showing up all the time or but it's not like it's not an option. You see, every time I click on it in a right here, I think every one of these in this multi-strategy window, every time I click on an alert, no matter when it happened, it's going to show me the next high on the daily chart. Yeah. Depends on the well, if you had this one, if you have my abnormal option activity and you click on any one of these alerts, it should show up. I don't think it's a I don't I'm pretty sure it's on an option. It just shows up. Yeah, there's no option here like show new high looking left. So you have to okay, but so how come it doesn't show up, for instance, you have to click on the symbol from an alert window that has the alert set to new high, which is this one, so I'm clicking on Saba, unless it's and I don't see it. Now, I think if it triggered, this is wait a minute, let me see the last one that triggered MRKR. It seemed didn't we go through this, Pepe? I mean, in the multi-strategy window, absolutely, because that was on the way down, but I don't know. To me, it's sort of almost hit or miss. Mhm. Because, the momentum scan, that's showing that's the new high is the alert, new high of the day is the alert, and then, click on marker, no red line. Okay, guys, 11:41, so in about 20 minutes, Chris will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. I confirm that, so at about, 10:02, I'll put the YouTube link in if you wanna head over and listen to Chris for his hour. Wow, Sava really moved, guys. The last time I saw it was in the 26s, so Sava really did move. Now, like everything else, it wasn't smooth. You have big bottoming tails, so depending where you would have taken it, you may, and depending on where you put your stop, you may have been, whipped out of your position. But certainly the trend is up, so you've taken fewer shares. You may have been able to withstand the drop it had. But this is, I don't know if there's any news on this one. They're always trying to might be some more Alzheimer news that the company is trying to pump out there. I don't see it though. Yeah, INTS. I had that thumbnailed for a while. INTS. That was the big move on Friday. Big move on Friday, but a big sell-off. Big, big, big sell-off. That got up to almost 12 or around 11:52. Sold all the way back down to 686. So what TJ is saying is that he'll take it at 650, right? Just to interpret your buy stop at 650. So he's going to wait to see if it gets back to 650, and that's where he'll take it. All right, guys, cheap one. NXTP showing up now. NXTP showing up on the momentum scan. Oops. Just over a dollar. Well, it was over a dollar. Coming right into the 200-day moving average, though. Yeah, I read you real or red. As always, I'm not blindly following everything. It's just, but I'm definitely wanting to pay attention to the scan or the alerts that come from the scan and follow them all day. Okay. So now, if there's more, I will stick an alert at 9:10. So minor disconnect today, guys. We have the Dow up a bit. We have the Nas down a bit. So bit of a disconnect between the value versus growth stocks. SPY is, I mean, flat. Not much happening. No, when I say that, obviously there have been individual stocks that have been doing a lot, but I mean, in terms of the overall market, not much happening. Very, very choppy. Well, some volume coming into this one now, guys. MRKR, some volume is coming in. MRKR. Again, this one has got up to 556 in the pre-market, but it closed or didn't close, but it got down to back down to 3. So it's very, very whippy. They did have some news. A bio. They did have some news that they put out. All right. You may want to pay attention to LPTV trying to come back. Not that this matters really, but it has earnings tomorrow after the market closes. Got up to 177 in the pre-market. It's been on a great run from last week, sub $1 from last week, 50 cents, closed at 114. Little pop this morning, up 26 cents. Low, not a low float. I mean, not high, but it's certainly not a low float. 24 million in the float, 32 times normal volume, does not trade options. It's not optionable, so it's not going to show up here. But coming into the VWAP, 141 is the VWAP for LPTV. So coming right into it. Again, will it pull a GIL and just, pop right through it? Okay, guys, it is now 11:50, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Chris is not there yet, but he will be soon. Whoa, I saw this ELTX a lot earlier today, making a new high, probably back here, pulled back a little bit. ELTX, sorry, ELTK, Israeli stock, 1.7 million in the float, all-time high. I don't know if this was a truly an IPO back here or a SPAC that turned into this or a symbol name change, but ELTK, according to our data, all-time high. If there's any news on this one, ELTK, I don't see any news. Barbecue, not barbecue, but BQ, BQ. showing up. Haven't seen this one for a while. Wow, big pop early on, and then a pullback. Pullback to what? A little bit below the VWAP. 278 is the VWAP, so it pulled back below the VWAP. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Not shortable for me. MOR is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Did I misread then, TJ? I thought your buy stop meant you would buy it at 650. And I don't think it got down there, or did I misread it? Low float, 8 million in the float. There you are, Chris. Okay, guys, Chris just showed up in the YouTube room. So you've got the YouTube link. I'm going to put myself on mute now in the main room, and I'll see you guys in about an hour. And now I can an official welcome to Mr. Chris Varley.
And
Christopher
how are you,
Varley.
good, sir?
Let's make it really official. When's the last time anybody called you Christopher?
I don't know. A couple of my aunts do, so they've always called me Christopher. Outside of that, not very often.
How are you feeling? Are you getting back to normal?
Mostly just some congestion in my head still. It was an official flu for basically about 18 of us, actually.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, these things happen. What are you gonna do? Yeah. But luckily, Alana and I saw probably the least of it. A couple of the other kids were really, really sick. They missed the entire week of school. There were a couple of parents that still couldn't get out of bed this past weekend, a week later. So,
wow.
We were out and at it with the basketball team this weekend, and just a little bit of sniffles. So we're here.
In other words,
mending.
In other words, you gave it to the basketball team too.
Oh, the basketball team gave it to me.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It actually came from one of the coaches when he had come back from, I can't remember where he said he was traveling. He said he likely brought it back with him. He was the first sick. His daughter was second. His wife was third, and we all fell like dominoes afterwards.
All right. Well,
what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? Just lots of rest, lots of fluids, as you know.
That's exactly it. And speaking of rest and fluids, onward and upwards for years for the next at least hour, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I appreciate it. I know you don't really want to be here, but I do
No,
appreciate it.
I very much enjoy doing these. I very much enjoy doing these. So
Okay.
you take your time, you relax, and we'll see you when you're ready.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. So as Barry makes his way out to a much deserved break, settle in. Let's see. I swapped the screen. We're looking good. Let's hide that. Let's get the drawing tool out now. And of course, folks, as per usual, happy Monday to you all. Chris Varley here. 12 Eastern support session for Trade Ideas. No pre-done content as usual. This is a free-for-all. And as always, I selfishly say it's best when you folks drive the content. One, you never know when your questions are going to lead to questions others have. Then you all may piggyback off each other, learning something, helping each other, growing. And then again, the selfish part of it for me is it helps me be better at what I do here. The better I am for you folks, the better I am for myself, the better we are for a whole community vibe that's here. I am a firm believer there's plenty of room at the top for everybody in the world of finance and trading. And those that approach this world with sour and negativity are usually short-lived, and those that feel that sense of community, that sense of learning, that sense of growing, those are the ones that usually have the staying power for the longest time. So with all of that said, I will, of course, do my best to keep things moving, entertained, and relevant to the software and the overall market if there are no questions coming in. So, all right, sorry, just checking a message that came in. And with that said, I don't see any messages coming in, or I should say any questions or comments coming in from the YouTube chat there. So with all that said, let's dive around a little bit here. I guess we'll start with the overall market. So last time we spoke was last Monday. Let's see, Peter, I am new to trading. Why everybody says I should not touch penny stock, questionable exit liquidity. Because Peter, penny stocks are an animal and a breed of their own. It's not that you shouldn't touch them. It's just that it's probably better to get a overall understanding of general market and trading mechanics first. And before you could even do that, you need to understand who you are as a person, to understand who you are as a trader. Penny stocks, they involve price ranges that are, depending on who you talk to, below $5 or below $3 or even below $2 or $1, right? And so the first thing that we have to think about when we get a small price stock like that is how large of a share size do we need to take to see profits on the upside? And we also need to realize and understand that stocks like to fall before they move up, right? So if you're getting involved in stocks where you have to take several thousand shares of a stock in order to be able to get any kind of realistic profit, think what happens when that stock now moves against you, right? All of a sudden, that realistic profit could become a realistic loss. And we know as traders, or at least through time, we will know as traders that what do the markets do? Markets like to take a nice windy staircase up, slow and slow and slow. And when markets sell off, what do they like to do? They like to take an empty elevator shaft down. And with penny stocks, it's no different whatsoever. So being caught into things like that, it really just, it does not bode well for especially the newer traders. The other thing with penny stocks is they tend to be low float and or very speculative stocks, meaning that they can turn around and get whipsawed. You can get whipsawed out of those very, very quickly. So for those reasons, it's advised that newer traders steer clear of penny stocks at the beginning. Now, look, one of the beauties with Trade Ideas is you have this wonderful, wonderful Brokerage Plus interface here that turns into a simulator. Where are you? There we go. You could practice all this right here live in a simulator and take a look and test out different metrics and ways that you want to enter and exit trades. And whether it's with a penny stock or with stocks over $100, it doesn't matter in that regard because you make your mistakes for just the simple cost of the software at no real capital risk to you. Now, the things that I've covered and highlighted, they're not just exclusively just those reasons to stay away from penny stocks, but those are the universal, general, overall reasons why people would steer you away from those. That's not to say that people don't make money on penny stocks. There are plenty of people that make money on penny stocks. You just have to understand that they come with a different set of rules and baggage as far as the market itself goes. And I don't mean rules as in the market mechanic rules of, the types of orders you can or can't put in, but the rules of the society of stock trading. You're never going to find pump and dump schemes with something like Apple. You're never going to find a pump and dump scheme with something like IBM. Or you're never going to find a pump and dump scheme with something like, I was going to say Tesla, but people probably want to throw rocks at me or something, argue. But my point being is when you have these larger float stocks that are more established, you're unlikely to find, even for example, here's Sunrun Corp, right? This stock, it's not a huge price stock, but with a 211 million float in this, you're not going to find people pumping and dumping this thing like that. Now, could any big hedge fund go out there and do something unscrupulous? Sure, why not? But then we'll just not participate in the entire market. But what can happen with these lower priced, lower float stocks, especially when you start to get into the sub 10 million in the float, you'll have unscrupulous individuals in trading rooms and trading communities that they will all say, all right, we're all going to go in and buy 10,000 shares of stock XYZ that's only got this 2 million float. And we're going to run it up and we're going to pump it up. And as people see the volume and the liquidity coming into it, as soon as we see that there's volume and liquidity that we're not accounting for, we'll pull the ripcord on them. And so, they'll get people as they move that price up. People start to enter here, and as it continues to go up, they'll say, all right, now we'll pull the ripcord on these folks as they've just gotten into the stock in the last, whether it's 30 seconds, minute, 5 minutes, whatever it is. You're not going to see that with non-penny stocks. It's so highly unlikely. Again, it would be the equivalent of saying, I've never looked at the weather report, but I'm not going to go outside because it might rain. Well, it doesn't rain for 10 days in a row, but you didn't want to go outside. And then on the 11th day, you go outside and you get rain on. You say, see, I knew it was going to rain. The broken clock is right twice a day kind of thing. So anyways, as always, long story long, those are some of the reasons for steering clear of penny stocks. So with that said, again, if anybody has other questions, comments, concerns, anybody wants to piggyback on anything that I just said, by all means, jump on in there, throw those questions into the YouTube chat for us here, and we will get right to them. Outside of that, we'll dive around the market really fast. Why not, right? Or really slow, however we want to do this here. So let's see. We last spoke, it was Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. We spoke on this day here. And we had this, call it a Harami. Good enough. I mean, I'd like to see the bottoming shadow a touch more to be a true Harami, but we had a Harami in the market after a nice battle between the buyers and sellers here on this bottoming shadow, with the buyers winning out, and then a pretty sizable market day here the following day. So we're followed through with a bit of indecision from market participants, and then we get this engulfing candle here, and again out comes the bears, the crash. It's coming. It's amazing what I saw last night on Twitter. There's some guy on Twitter is out there, the banking crisis is here, get your money out. I mean, this guy's allegedly a 25-30 year market veteran and blah 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 blah, but apparently he's like this every single day. And I think he was one of the people that was, in 2008 we're going to see a crash. So he was right that one time out of like 30 years, and now he just assumes that he's just going to call a market crash every other week. But all the same, the bears come running out. We've got that candle that happens here, and one day doesn't make a trend. It can be the beginning of a reversal, and who knows? Anything's possible. We could have seen that happen. We could still see that happen, right? But we haven't. We've gone on to tail off and pull up into that 460 level, which is going to be a battle up until it isn't. Will the battle be 3 days? Will it be 3 weeks? Will it be through the rest of the year? Will it be 6 months? Will it be 2 days? Again, nobody's going to predict that. Nobody knows. But we're up here. And I often talk about, over the last couple of months, from failed moves come fast moves, right? So it works both ways. We've got market resistance right here. If the market fails to continue to resist this over the next several days, I would suspect we see a fast move up above 460. And it could happen with a gap up overnight, right? Doesn't mean it'll become a tradable move or an intraday tradable move. It'll be something you'll have to be positioned for if you're trying to participate in it. On the flip side of it, again, from failed moves comes fast moves. If we can't get through this 460 level, it's not unlikely for us to see a pullback into 440, right? Doesn't seem unreasonable at all. We got this level down here and then the gap after that. And gaps do love to be filled. There's a few traders out there that have always said gaps were made to be filled. That doesn't mean it's bearish or bullish. It just means that price has memory. Price doesn't like gaps. Price likes to fill itself before moving on to the next set of whatever it's going to do. So that's where we stand right now as far as at least the S&P, and I think that's more than less the bellwether that people are looking at. Now, the IWM and the small caps have really lagged overall for quite a long time here. I mean, you've got this going back into 2021, the sell-off into 2022, and every time we rallied, we were smacked back down, and lo and behold, that smack back down led us actually into about pre-COVID highs, I do believe. Let me check the chart on that I'm correct. Yeah, so there is pre-COVID highs right there. And we can see we've come down and banged on that every time. So here we go again, the small caps up off the mat. They've moved up pretty sizably here over the last week plus. Where do they go from here? As long as there's no unforeseen event or sell-off, for whatever reason there is, we're likely going to see the IWM pull up into this 200 level. And we've seen has been a big challenge for it over the last year plus. I mean, year and a half going back, give or take. I mean, here's the start of 2023. Here we go back into halfway back through 2022, almost all the way back through 2022. So it's been a good hot minute. Hard to believe we're peeling into or peeling out of 2023 and heading into 2024 in a very short bit here. That's where we are. That's where those things are. And so I would keep an eye for the IWM to try to play catch up. But we don't need the IWM for the overall market to move up, right? And, again, for those that are talking about, it's 7 stocks dragging us up, those people are just bad at math or ignoring the facts. It's just as simple as that. So you can go through and you can make a 52-week list, stocks that are, let's say within 10 or 15% of their 52-week highs, and it's going to be a lot more than 7 stocks. I can promise you that. So, keep these things in mind. Remember remember, we are what we eat. We are what we consume, whether it's physically or mentally. And so surrounding ourselves by not just like-minded people, that doesn't make any sense, right? Because then we just get confirmation bias, right? But surrounding ourselves by positive people in general who are willing to look at all aspects and assets in the market, those are the ones that are going to best help us further ourselves as traders. All right, let's see. Peter's got, should not IWM rally if econ is so strong? Well, remember this. The economy is not the market, and the market is not the economy. Thank God, right? I mean, because look, anybody out there that doesn't think that inflation is pummeling parts of the middle class without any question, I mean, they'd have to be blind, right? The way that they have changed the rules on inflation calculation and things like that, they don't cover things that they need to cover really anymore. Look at the cost of health insurance, the way they calculate food costs, the way they calculate durable good costs and things like that. They've constantly changed the rules to fit political narratives, right? Without getting into all that, I mean, that's just a tale as old as time in general, to fit everything to a narrative for whatever reason. After all, history is always written by the winners, not the losers, right? So with that said, again, the stock market is not the economy, right? And that's just all there is to it. So when it comes to trading and investing, at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the charts, because we can claim price is manipulated for any number of reasons, but the fact is price is always going to be the price, and that's the end of it. The same thing when we walk into a supermarket, the same thing when we walk into our open enrollment for health insurance, the same thing when we walk into a car dealership. You can't argue price. And that's, you can't argue what the price you're paying at the end is. So that's why I would caution everybody. The market is not the economy. The economy is not the market. That doesn't mean we don't pay attention. We ignore these things, but our decisions should be made separately based on those two things when it comes to investing and trading versus what we're seeing everywhere else. Sorry, Michael Anthony. ATL ran from one under $1 about a week ago. All right. Yeah, I mean, I guess, any stock could make any move at any given point. So as always with me, long story long here, with the IWM, it would be something I would keep an eye on here, right? Without a question, it would be something I would keep an eye on here. We continue to see overall market health. IWM coming challenge that 200 level. If it gets through that, you got here and here and here, right? All things that are, without a question, realms of possibility to consider. With all that said, and keeping an eye on overall market conditions and stocks and the strength of the market, leads me to want to bring out my lifetime high scan. So let's drop a link to it just in case there's anybody here that doesn't have it. All right, so I'm going to drop that down here. And this is going to tie into more than 7 stocks are dragging up the market. That looks like more than 7 stocks to me. What do you guys think? I'm not really, in all honesty, that great at math. But by my count, that's way more than 7 stocks that are within 15% of their all-time highs, right? Now, that doesn't include stocks that are, let's say 15%, 52-week highs, right? And in this scan, we're only going to find things that are $8 or above, have traded at least 1 million shares on the day with a relative volume of at least 1. And again, they got to be within within 85% of their, or 85% above their lifetime lows, or another way to put it, within 15% of their all-time highs. I just want to see one other thing, just because I don't have a high record count set on this. I got 100 record count on it. Well, let's throw that to 200 just in case and see if that opens anything else up here. No, all right. I just want to make sure we weren't at the threshold on that. You've got, the quote unquote Mag 7. I don't think Foot Locker's in the, or excuse me, I don't know why I said Foot Locker. It's FI, not FL. I don't think this is in the Magnificent 7. I don't think this is in the Magnificent 7. I'm sure Lulu isn't in the Mag 7, right? So again, just pointing out here that anybody that tells you it's 7 stocks dragging up the market is either lying to you or terrible at math. Either way, I wouldn't pay a lot of attention to what they're talking about, other than the fact that they're really good at being wrong. Let's get back at a weekly charts here. Get back into a daily chart here. So that is some serious strength right through here, right? My goodness. Let's take a look at a few of these stocks that are coming through here. Let's start back up here. And let's see if we notice any kind of common themes in these here. So we got this here. So let's see, data, processing, hosting. All right. Really nice, strong chart. This is sitting right up at, and let's notice here how many of these stocks are actually at or above their all-time highs now today, right? Look at all those. More than 7 just at or above their all-time highs. Yes, ETF, I know. All the same. It matters. So anyways, data, host, processing, so on and so forth. We got electronic manufacturing. We have semiconductor. We've got retail. We have More electronics. We have, this is going to be semiconductors, right? Wired communication, sorry, T-Mobile. So far, we got a fairly even spread. We have manufacturing. What in the SPY are you going to be? Value, so your S&P value, right? And I think if we all were paying attention to the rally that happened at the beginning of this year, it was value stocks, not growth stocks, right? So it would seem that has continued to stay more true than not true through this next part of this rally through here, right? Value has continued to be the leader versus growth. Not to say that growth stocks haven't moved up. Biological products, technology, right? There's our technology sector, right? So far, I would say that technology has been more of a weighting factor in these top stocks that we've looked at. That housing, right? Housing market's trash is what I was told. I mean, this thing's at all-time highs for new housing startups. Interesting. SMH sitting up here at all-time highs again, right? It's your semiconductors. So we've got a pretty good spread across here. Now, what is the point of this exercise? There's probably a lot of people that are asking themselves, right? The point of this exercise is to see, is the strength weighted in one spot only? Is it spread out? When you have one or two sectors that are really pulling up the market, if we don't have those healthy sector rotations, which are the lifeblood of any bull market, it becomes harder for that bull run to continue to sustain itself. When you have a broad spread out of this, it's easier for different things to come over and take over leadership of the market, while the rest of these items, the rest of these sectors aren't necessarily selling off and weak. They kind of more handedly, more easily pass that baton back and forth between themselves. And so this is just a good way to look at overall market health in general. Next thing that I would do here, and what I do, and especially we've been in a nice swing trading environment here for several weeks, this 30-day market breadth. And Patricia, give me a moment. I see your question came in. I'm going to finish this thought and I'm going to get to you. This 30-day market breadth that I had created back in the end of April, the beginning of May this year, I've been seeing this above 75% throughout the day for the last couple of weeks. That continues. So again, when we've got 30-day highs looking like that versus 30-day lows, we've got our position in lifetime range looking this strong. And then couple that even further with my evening scan of stocks that are breaking out or having a possible breakout over 20 days. We've got all the makings of a bull run going on, right? And again, we're trying to put the chips in our favor here, reading the tea leaves. Patricia, can you manipulate auto trading Hollybot for scalping? No, you can't. Holly's going to trade hers. Holly's going to alert her stocks. That's it. You can't change anything in here. You can't feed it anything. You can't change any of the price, anything like that. Holly comes to the game each day, to the market each day with a set of strategies. If stock meets any of those strategies, you get a real-time alert. That's the entry time here, obviously the symbol with it and the entry price with it. And from there, you're going to get a stop price on every single one of these. And there are different stops that are different exits that could happen in conservative mode. You've got your profit save, which is, we'll call it similar to a trailing stop, but it's not a trailing stop. You have your reduced risk, meaning that the price action isn't working out in the favor of the current strategy. So it's going to exit in conservative mode before we hit the stop. A few strategies, not many, have a target, but there are targets for some of the strategies. And then there's a timed exit and obviously the stop. So those five different ones. The timed exits are all basically at 3:45 Eastern. A few of them are at 3:50 Eastern. That's all conservative. Moderate means you got into the stock or Holly alerted the stock, and the only two things that would end that trade are either the stop getting hit or sell on close order, which is done at 3:55 Eastern. So 5 minutes after the last possible conservative time exits could possibly be. And that's it. Now you can, if you want, you have Holly set up to enter the trades for you. If you're in moderate mode, you can then cancel the stops. Two different ways you could cancel the stops. You could either come here to the orders tab and you could cancel the stops in here, or you could go into your broker, whether it's E-Trade or IB, and cancel the stops there as well. And then exit the trade how you want to from there. It's just if you decide to manually take over that trade from Holly, you must cancel the closing orders that are already out there. If you do not cancel those closing orders and the price trigger hits during the day for those closing orders that are out there, you're going to end up in a reverse position from what you were. Meaning if you were long and you close the trade on your own and the sell order hits, you're going to end up short that stock. And if you were short and you closed out that trade and the closing order hits, you're going to end up long that trade afterwards. And that is all you can do for as far as altering and changing anything with Holly. So let me know if that answered your question. If that created more questions, fire those in for me. Happy to address those as well. And again, anybody else with questions in here, please fire those away. As always, this isn't meant to be an hour of me just talking at you folks. You're finding whatever I'm saying and going over interesting, beneficial, so be it. But again, I always feel that these sessions are best when you folks drive the content for your needs. That's what we're here for. We get some emails and some questions and some comments all the time about, you guys talk about software function in your user's guide and videos and things like that, but you don't cover trading. And well, here's the thing, that everything about trading and technical analysis is subjective. What makes sense to me won't make sense to the next person. There's no way for me to cover. There's no way for, the 3-4 of us that really are traders working in support to cover everything anybody could ever ask or think about. So these sessions are here for you folks to come and ask those questions as far as your trading needs go, and we'll do the best that we can to answer them. We don't know everything about everything. We're never going to. I don't use MACD ever. Do I know the very bases of it and things of that nature? Sure. Like everything else, it's about trend following and MACD and signals to get in or out based on a trend. Do I have trading plans and scans around MACD? Nope. And am I likely to ever? Also, nope. So just, showing examples of how we just can't anticipate everything as far as a trader education goes. But we will, of course, always do our best to answer any of those questions that come in that relate to any of those things and impart all the knowledge that we do happen to have. And we could do some on-the-fly research together on any of those items too. Would buying long-term puts for SPY be good? I have no idea. I don't trade options. I never have. And again, that's going to be, what's long-term? Is long-term a week? Is it 6 months? And protect against a recession. I mean, that's assuming that the economy and the market are the same thing, right? You've got people out there that are going to argue there are pockets of this country and the world in recession already, with the DAX just hit all-time highs. Who else just hit all-time highs? I know France is either at or near all-time highs. I don't know. There's like 3 or 4 other major countries' stock markets that are within 10% of all-time highs, if not all-time highs. And you've got thousands of economists out there that are telling you how bad things are. So I really don't, 2 years. It's just extremely speculative, Peter. That's extremely speculative. I couldn't possibly. There's no one that could, with a straight face, answer a question like that. I'm sorry. If you're looking to hedge in general, if I was looking to hedge in general, I'd be using inverse ETFs. And I wouldn't be looking out more than a couple of days to weeks because of decay on those inverse ETFs. As far as puts go, using it on the SPY, I mean, the best thing that you could do is then use the use the VIX from there, and you could use that as kind of a guide for the implied volatility that's going to happen. I mean, the VIX is like at 11 or something right now. So, I mean, the implied volatility right now is none. And so more likely than not, at least for the foreseeable future here, you're not going to see a big sell-off. Again, there's no way to predict black swan events and things like that. But, what you're looking at is speculative, not trading. And I do not speculate. The only thing I speculate on is what dinner might be in 2 or 3 nights from now. How can you increase your position when auto trading with Holly? You just add to the position. You could simply, if you had a position here, you could click on the position, buy, whatever you want to add to it, and send that order of that. And just consider that the orders that already went out for Holly in the auto trading, right? They're only going to be based on the order that Holly put out there. It doesn't live update. It doesn't know that you added things to it. So it's only going to have the orders sitting in wait that were part of the original opening order that was filled. So you would then need to adjust those closing orders according to what you wanted to, with what you've already added, what you were already holding, of course. But again, predicting, I would do this exercise, Peter. Search how many recessions were predicted by the world's greatest economists out there, right? And I'm not talking about, you take 500,000 economists over the last 100 years, and each one got 1 or 2 right. How many times has the Fed correctly predicted a recession? If I recall correctly, I believe it was Janet Yellen that said we will not see another market crash in my lifetime. And then what happened almost right after that? The market crashed, right? So, and there's a lot of people out there that think Janet Yellen is one of the smartest people out there when it comes to economics. She got that one pretty wrong. Ben Bernanke, same thing. Alan Greenspan, same thing. So they can admit it in hindsight. They'll always admit it in hindsight. They're never going to predict it. Not once in the history of it have they. So I don't, how many people, when the yield curves went inverted, how many times have the yield curves got inverted over the last 24 months? We've technically not ticked into a recession, but how many people are screaming from the rooftops, oh, inverted yield curve, recession's coming. All right, yeah, the recession's coming. What if it comes 10 years from now? Was it that yield curve that predicted that recession? That's ridiculous. So, prediction's a fool's errand. If then scenarios based on sound traded technicals that you have tested and come up with a trading plan. For example, something like the TI strength alerts, Tom DeMark's rule of 13, the turtle traders and their buy and hold metric based on, depending on which turtle trader you're looking at, but if we were to go to Jerry Parker and their monthly candlesticks and position monthly ranges, these are sound tested things. And those guys have lived through a number of recessions. They have always returned positive, over 2 and 5 and 10 years, they've always returned positive. They have beat the benchmarks throughout their careers, and there are very few people that can say that they do that. But there are just as few people that can say that they have thoroughly tested and come up with trading systems the same as those folks have. And the reason why is it's hard. it takes work. And then once you get through the it's hard and it takes work, it takes discipline. Something human beings are not, is disciplined. Unemployment is at a record low. We've never seen unemployment lower than this post-World War II. Never. And stocks do well in an election year for seasonality and cyclicals. No, we don't have anything seasonality based here in the software, unfortunately. I wish we did. You like to follow seasonality stuff. You like to follow some cyclicals. I would recommend following Almanac Trader. Great. First off, just a great guy. And he is, really great on Twitter. Let me find, make sure nothing unscrupulous or something that I don't want showing up here would show up. So Jeff Hirsch, he's just an unbelievable guy to start with. Had the pleasure of meeting him several times. He's at Almanac Trader here, and he puts out some really great stuff. I mean, if you want to get the Stock Traders Almanac, so be it. I don't think it's crazy expensive, but he just puts out some really good stuff here. And, is he making predictions? No, he talks about seasonalities and cyclicals and how these things work out, what they've done over the years, and, the if-then scenarios that come from them from there. So again, if you were looking for something on the free side to add to your cyclicals and your seasonalities, I would really highly recommend checking out Jeff. Great. First off, great dude. Second off, great work. So, all right. So all that covered here. I think we're more than less caught up as far as the questions go here, but please, again, fire those away for me. Like I said, do my best. And as always, I don't know everything. Far from it. The more I learn, the less I know. I think that's the saying, right? Right. I mean, but we could slice on anything that we don't like or the way it is and the fact of the service jobs and anything like that. But at the end of the day, are we going to argue about those, or are we going to make money on the market going up? I'm going to make market on the money going up. I'll let everybody else do all the arguing that they want. Right. But you can't deny this here. We're long ways off of what was the bear market bottom down here. That bear market ended on this rally here. And again, the economy is just not the stock market. I'm here to, it was a hard thing for me to get away from. When I first started getting into stocks in general, before I became a trader, I was a very negative outlook person in general, especially because I worked in restaurants in the food service industry. And that was 20 something years of my life before getting into this. And so I had a very different outlook on what the economy was and, all these things like that. And that led me to living paycheck to paycheck. Yes, absolutely. Fear sells. But as soon as you stop buying it, the better off you'll be. There's a reason why the news doesn't go over, isn't 90% all the positive things going on in your neighborhood and the world. There's a reason why the news is what it is. People don't tune in for good news, unfortunately. And the same thing goes for CNBC or any of those things like that. And that's not to say there isn't value in any of those channels and whatever else. People obviously find some value there, whether it's an entertainment value or a monetary value. I'm not one of them. I find neither, but they are what they are. There they are. So, all right, we kind of ran around the market a little bit here. Last thing I want to look at here. And again, keep bringing those in. But keep bringing those questions in. Keep bringing the comments in. Good stuff. Good stuff as always. Q's here, sitting up here near the nosebleed sections. Again, just want to hit the way back machine a little bit by going into a weekly chart. We are really, really, really close to all-time highs on the Qs. And again, something that I really think gets overlooked this year for whatever reason. That right there, that was the start of, well, actually, it's not true because we're going way back here from the October lows. This right here, somewhere in here. Chris, you got to draw better lines than that crap, right? Come on, man. This right there. Many people either don't know or refuse to accept. That is the best start ever, the best 6-month start ever. Let me say that one more time for the people in the back. That is the best 6-month start ever for the NASDAQ in all of the NASDAQ's history. 2023 had the best 6-month start ever for it on a percent basis. So again, I'm not saying that the price of bread being $5 a loaf is good for the economy. I'm not saying that price of gas being whatever it is everywhere is good for the economy. I'm not saying any of these things are good. But what I am saying is that the ability to separate this from that is a superpower. And the sooner people do that, the more likely they are to find some success, especially in the swing trading. And why do I focus on swing trading so much? It has to do with something someone said that offended me deeply, deeply. Someone once came to me and said, Chris, you're never going to be wealthy day trading. You may make an okay living. You'll never be wealthy day trading. And look back in history at the most wealthy people ever. Were they day traders? The answer is no. I did not like that very much. Big money is in well-tested trading systems, buying and holding based on those well-tested trading systems, not just buying and holding, and then knowing when to sell in those well-tested trading systems. So anyways, long story long. So that's the last part of the overall market, I think, to cover, other than if anybody's got other questions or comments or concerns in there. Looking at today's intraday action, back into the world of day trading. I've not looked at the scan today. I've been absolutely buried in other tasks throughout the day, which I'm kind of about because I would have liked to have been more of a market participant here, but I've got some positions on that'll just let work for now. Looking at the overall market today, though, so MRKR, what are you? You're riding across here. It's having itself a day-to-day. Good liquidity, good volume. It's up 32.5% as of now. That's off the highs. However, I am not a fan of the market action of this. And someone's going to say, well, what do you mean you're not a fan of the market action of this? That spread was just at like 12 cents a second ago. So just not a fan when stocks this low in price get really spready like that. I mean, there it's at 8 cents now. Does that mean it's untradeable? No. There's probably, maybe a few hundred people trading this stock, maybe 1,000. I have no idea, speculate numbers here. There's obviously enough people trading that this thing's traded over 1.3 million shares on it today, right? So the market action is there for it without a question. It's up, it's moving. GTHX, what are we doing here? All right, so this one's, at least on the bid ask right now, is a little more palatable. 2 cents currently on it. Again, even more liquidity in this stock, trading over 4 million shares now. That is interesting here. Look at the move that it's made recently. Off that bottom formation, just really busted right out of that $2 level. That's one of those tricky ones, because if I was watching it here at $2, I'm looking at it and saying, gee, where does it find some resistance? Is it here on this at that 225 level-ish? Is it up here more around that 240 level? Hard to say. And those are the kind of things that sometimes they hold me back more than I wish they did, but they've also kept me out of trades that I probably shouldn't have been in. It's like everything, it's a trade-off, a bit of a trade-off. All the same, this thing has made some really, really big moves, and it would be worth noting that this $4 level is met with a pretty sizable gap right here, right? And while gaps were meant to be filled, doesn't mean it has to be filled today. But I would be, I'd be remiss to say this isn't something that a lot of people probably have marked and on a watch list at this point. You saw some volume. Look at this. Saw some buying volume come in here, and that looks like accumulation volume to me through here, right? That looks like accumulation volume as far as I'm concerned, before it really made this move off of $2 and really then the volume burst and the price burst really come in here. Why is there accumulation volume there? I have no idea, but certainly there, that's for sure. So some people, are looking for stocks to keep an eye on. This might be something you want to throw on your liked list here. In fact, why not? I'm going to throw it on my liked. And keep it pretty tight, my liked list. So we'll put that on for the day here. Let's go over some of the top 10 here. And again, throw out those questions, folks. Comments, questions, whatever it is. I feel like we've had a good session here today. I hope we have. I hope everybody's enjoying it. I am. I appreciate everything coming in here. Trading gap fills sounds like numerology, like Elliott wave. Yeah, so Elliott wave is one of those funny ones. I struggled really bad in it in level 1 of the CMT text. When I first got into Elliott wave, I'm like, this is nonsense. I mean, anybody could just draw the wave any which way they want to fit what they want it to be, essentially. Just change the length of the wave. Things like that. And as long as you quote unquote follow the rules, which also have some subjectivity to them and changing, kind of is what it is on the Elliott wave, right? But I don't know, for some reason, after some time, there's something that became elegant about Elliott wave to me. I do not use it, to be clear. I do not use Elliott wave. But for whatever reason, I see it on every chart I look at now. I would surmise that part of it is because I knew I was struggling with it and I knew I had to get it and understand it in order to pass the test. So I put so much time and energy into Elliott wave that I guess maybe by default it grew on me. It's like that song you didn't like when you were growing up as a kid, and then like 20 years later you hear it and you're like, I actually kind of like the song now. Or at least maybe I'm the only person that happens to. I'd equate it to something like that. So but again, all technical analysis is subjective at the end of the day. Anyways, GTHX. And gap trading, like numerology, yeah, I mean it is. But can you deny the fact? Can you right now deny that this thing, A, ran up to the whole number of $4, and then B, has that gap right there on it? I mean, the top of that gap right there, you can't deny that. And I would bet dollars to donuts that if we went back in time, $4 is going to be that level is going to be something we see again. And there it is. Look at that. Look how much price action for those months. That ain't weeks. That's months. Right? That's going, May into July. So, and just for fun, break out the weekly chart. As this thing has been absolutely decimated over the years in price, right? $4 has become resistance for it. Add a gap to it and consider this. Human beings are the ones trading these charts. Human beings are the ones looking at these charts. And how many people here ever set the volume on their TV at 17 or 23? You're going to go to 25, right? Or maybe 22. You're going to go to 18. back down to 15, right? Is there a rational reason behind it? No. So what we like to do as humans, though. Yes, my ego lost me a lot of money at the beginning there, Perfect Circle. I won't call it ego. I would more call it my inability to accept I was wrong and move on very quickly. It's still not something I do very well, to be honest. But it is what it is. It's what, as human beings, we do not like to be wrong. Not that I can blame anybody. I'm right there on it. Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, Peter, because we happen to have in the Market Explorer something with gaps in there. Let me check this out. Select strategy. Gap fill down, gap fill up. Gap and pull back to the 10 SMA. So you got 3 gap scans that are in here. Take a look at your leisure, of course, in the Market Explorer. You might find them interesting. Not just for Peter, but anybody out there that's listening into all this. If anybody here has the AVWAP, you might also consider the bounce to AVWAP gap here. There's a couple of different ones in here that could relate with gaps as far as the AVWAP goes as well. So something to keep in mind as far as the scanning goes. And one of the biggest things too is kind of piggybacks on the trading education versus the software education, is that there's no quote unquote perfect scan. Meaning that there's no scan that's going to get you 90% winners at $1 a winner each. If it exists, anybody that has it's kept it to themselves. And if it exists, if I had it, I certainly wouldn't be talking to anybody right now. I'd be trading that, and that would be it. Be no reason for me to do anything else, right? If I could get $1 winner 90% of the time on the trades that I took, I mean, come on, I'd be taking 100,000 share lots, once a day or something like that, and making $100,000 a day and be done with it, right? It'd be more than enough for the average person, I would say, or nearly anybody. So the scanning part is part A of our trading, right? What do we do with it from there? That trading plan. Again, that trading plan could be something as simple as riding an EMA on a different time frame, an SMA on a different time frame, a percentage above the VWAP, ADX, DI, positive and negative. I would not be buying restaurants. I would not be buying restaurants. The most thankless, awful industry that I could ever think of is the service industry. No, thank you. Yes, nat gas is the widowmaker. And 0.35% of gaps never get filled. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a statistic on it, but I just know that more often than not, gaps tend to fill themselves. Do they all fill? No, of course not. All right, we're speaking of nat gas. I haven't looked at a nat gas chart in a while. UNG. What is nat gas doing? Oh, wow. All right, well, I'm not going to lie. That was not something I expected to see when I just pulled up a nat gas chart. My goodness. So is heating our homes free this year? What is going on? It's actually, that's not true. I looked at a nat gas chart not that long ago. I think it might have been last week. My brain was underwater last week from having the flu. But I think actually Andy and I were discussing in Slack nat gas being beat up, and I said, look at uranium, and if uranium's kind of like the inverse trade of nat gas. So URA. Did I have that conversation with you all and I don't remember it? Is that a possibility? last week was a fog for me. I really struggled last week. So look at uranium, right? Let's give me a second here. New chart window. Where the heck is chart? There we go. I am curious as cat. Chart style. Comparison, symbol 1. Let's go with UNG. Let's get that line width real good here. Let's get UNG and what's the other one that I wanted to do? There we go. Uranium. I don't want a 5-minute chart. I want a daily chart. That, my goodness. Look how long these two have been inversely correlated for, right? So this is going back to 2019. The pink line is representing natural gas. The blue line is representing uranium. And look, as uranium made that move up into from November of 2019 to November of 21, and natural gas kind of hovered down here, right? And as this started to move up, this peaked, right? They traded in lockstep for a hot moment there, right up until they didn't. And a move down, a move up, and a move down. They got back in lockstep for a minute, and then uranium went on its own tear from there. Nat gas went that way. I don't know. Are they building nuclear power plants again? I have no idea, to be honest. I know that the one that's by me is getting shut down. That's the best I could see. Indian Point Energy here in New York. No, you're right. You can't make fertilizer from uranium. This is, or if you can, I don't know of any way to do it. Interesting. And uranium doesn't look like it tried to do anything since February of this year, right? February going into March, you had that one little move right there, and it has been down, down, down ever since. Interesting that they're inversely correlated right now. But, you know, we could also, let's do this exercise real quick. It would be best if I could type. There you go, Chris. So what I'm looking at now is the dollar versus the SPY. Look how inversely correlated these two items have been. Look at that. It'd be harder to find an inverse better than that right now, right? So they traded together, right? And then they traded together right up until they didn't. There goes the dollar. Goodbye, market. Dollar moves down. Market moves up. Dollar moves up. Market moves down. Now, I would note that the dollar hasn't given back nearly as much as the market has rallied at this point. Very interesting stuff. So if you're looking for either hedges for the overall market, or you're looking at something that if it moves, we could find market weakness, the dollar is it. Dollar's been it for a while, though. Anyways, for those that don't know, we do have comparison charts here. And if you were wondering how I've done all this, let me go over that part of it real fast here. You have any chart open, you right click, come to select chart style, comparisons, and you're going to find you could compare up to 6 symbols in there. You assign them some colors, line width. Fairly straightforward. And for those that don't know, we do have different chart styles in general. You have to use a line chart for the comparison charts. But for those that are looking to not use comparison charts, there are other styles that you can use in here. We have line, bar, area, high, low, close, open, high, low, close. So for those of you that prefer those different ways of charting, they are built into the software for you. All right, let's get rid of that. Lift. I was looking at this and I thought about a position on it on Friday, and boy, am I sad I didn't take one now, right? Hindsight trading and all that. But again, the gap, right? Got a strong market. This gap here had been filled, back down and tested. We've come back and we're starting to really close down on that gap right there of lift. Fun fact, I've never been in a lift. I don't know if that's fun or not. That's what people say, right? Fun fact.
I laughed.
Glad I could provide entertainment to you, Barry.
Oh my goodness. LPTV, that is, it could be, I know it's from our AI, but this was, look at the move it had last week.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a crazy, from 50 cents, 51 cents low last week, closed at $1.16. Another big spurt today. Actually has earnings after hours today. I'm sure it makes no difference at all. But yeah, crazy.
Interesting. Travel agencies.
Yeah.
Hand curated content, including action sports clips.
Absolutely. Loop Media.
Interesting.
Well, that's, that is the, it's sort of the attention span, isn't it? Just show me a quick loop and that's about all I can handle.
Well, I guess that's why TikTok has become so popular, right? Like 4-second videos. I don't know. I steer clear of that stuff.
Yeah,
I dabbled for about 3 months into it. Thought I would do some.
Did you really?
Yeah, I was, putting some like trading videos out. Like, watch this stock.
From our point of view, you may just as a pastime.
Yeah, but I find it's best if I stay away from social media as much as I can.
Look at Bitcoin right now, just as a curiosity here. Look at BITO, and look what it's doing right now, and it's below the low of 5 days ago.
Interesting.
BITO.
I saw last night, didn't it? Obviously, it had a massive sell-off, in a matter of a minute last night, right?
Well, that I don't know. I don't know if it was that quick, but Bitcoin's down about $2,800 today.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's pretty sizable. I was just basing it off of, speaking of social media, I was scrolling through Twitter before I fell asleep last night, and someone posted a chart of it. I didn't dive into it much, but it seemed like a sizable move last night. I have around 9 or 10 o'clock or something like that Eastern time. So,
and Chris, why did that happen?
Bitcoin missed earnings.
Ah, okay. Bitcoin missed earnings. I love it. All right, my friend. Listen, I'll take over now. Get back to the other room too. But thanks so much again for spelling me for the hour.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, everybody. I think we had a great session here. Hopefully, everybody enjoyed themselves, and we'll do it again at least in 1 week from now.
At least in 1 week. So let me take back the screen.
All righty. Looks like you got it.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Now, you may have seen me put Explorer out, or XPOF out there. So I did actually, was a very quick trade. This was, now this is in the 6 count, okay? This is why it did not show up. 6 count, meaning the relative volume is 6. Let me just bring it up. Yeah, so you see what the relative volume is at 7.78. So it's not going to show up in this one. All right, but in the reduced one of 6, it did show up.
And I took a quick one. Okay. I mean, the alert happened at 8:82 and it got down from 882, got down to 861. It was very quick. I think I made about 15 cents on it. This is while I was on my break, but I noticed it. I'm probably going to stick with the 6 count now, guys. I mean, I have it, I have both of them. You don't have to do the same thing. When I'm talking about the 6 count, just reducing the relative volume here to 6 from 8. You don't have to, absolutely don't have to. But I'm reasonably happy with reducing it to 6. Now, the other thing is, let's take a look at what has happened from this one. Now, obviously, the Macy's, which I did not take, was fabulous. I mean, from going from 2050 up to 2104, 2115 or whatever, that's a great trade. The Gill was early, okay, and it was quick, 3189, all the way down to I don't think 30, almost 31, but not without some chop. Okay, so it would all depend on how much. Yeah, 3140. The Met C, it's funny because the Met C would have showed up a little bit earlier instead of waiting for the relative volume of 8. The Met C would have shown up a little bit earlier at the relative volume of 6, 1565. Not terrible. The Moore did not really move up, and the MBI gave me a very, very quick trade. So a mixed bag, but certainly the Macy's, which really surprised me. Macy's really surprised me. I did not think it would have that sort of strength. But overall, still not bad on a day where, I don't know, kind of choppy, but now it's not choppy. Now we're definitely in a lift. So William, you mentioned that there was going to be some kind of a, was it an auction? Not auction. Treasury, not auction, not auction. So something about the treasury at 1 o'clock. Okay, but not auction. 10-year. Oh, yes, it is a 10. Oh, it already happened. Okay. So obviously the market's liking it or not minding it. Because I got confused because you said 10-year treasury not auction, but I guess you meant treasury notes auction. Okay. So yeah, I was mentioning to Chris and just as he was wrapping up in YouTube, the LPTV. I mean, I don't know. I think it's over the VWAP now, right? Yeah, the VWAP is 141, so it's a little bit above the VWAP. The pre-market high was 178. No, it was a note auction. It was just a typo. Draw. It was a typo. I would expect very many more today in this in that option plus 10-day daily breakout scan. I would not expect too many more today. Seems about par for the course, though. Get about 4 or 5, and that's it. So Rennie, Rani. We're seeing this one. Yeah, we saw this one on Friday. Nice move. Continuation now. Actually, that's not exactly true. It got up to 364 and it sold all the way back down to 314. That's a big percentage move. Took out the high on Friday. So the next high on the weekly chart is around 437. So it's got a bit of room. And there's the GCT. I know we saw this earlier, and yeah, the next high actually corresponds with the high of that week. Looks like it's 1860. So I mean, just a ton of room. Well, for a C minus, the market's reacting not badly. Or is that your opinion that it was a C minus? Centelli? Well, market's not reacting that way, but INVZ. Okay, let's take a look at INVZ. I know that was active in the pre-market. No, this is the one I said, yeah, I mean, if it can ever take out maybe that 240, 230 level, I mean, it's got a lot of room. 375 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. A lot of volume, 18.6 million. It's a big float. It's interesting. That's a big float, 155 million in the float, up 23%, which is huge for that float. I don't see any news on it. I don't know if there's anybody has saw some news earlier about it. I did not see any news on this one. So they present at the Goldman Sachs 15th Annual Industrials Autos Week, the week of December 7th. So I don't know if they're presenting today or they've already presented. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. I want to put an alert just a little over 15 for MSS. I mean, this has this last or end of November. It's had that big move up to 23. If it takes that out on some volume, was halted a few times today. Well, that was quite a turnaround for XPOF, actually. Now, how I really, really will start to use these, okay? It's a watch list. So these could be traded, I mean, in either direction. I mean, you might get the direction to work immediately, and then maybe it stalls. And so, but it just gives you just a very, well, obviously a very finite number of stocks to look at all day long. And this one, there's only 6 stocks, to look at. And so now Macy's as an example here, and I agree with Rumor now with Real. I mean, this may not, I mean, this is not a done deal. Okay. They have made an overture to Macy's to take them private for $21 a share. Now, Macy's may have a completely different idea. All right, so this LPTV is still holding on to the VWAP here, guys. 141 is the VWAP, so it's at 144. So it's still kind of trying to hold on to the VWAP area. BTC from Perfect Circle in our YouTube room. BTC, complete response letter from, no, so I'm reading it wrong. That's another acronym for something. All right. Now, could this stall right here? Okay, this is the XPOF. Could it stall right here, or is it just going to keep moving with the market as long as the market keeps moving higher? It's hard to believe, but this was an all-time low down here. There is the potential resistance around 940. But you know what? I mean, if it pops through that, it could go on still a bit of a run, but it has already gone from 860 to 930. That's the XPOF. Exponential Fitness. MIT, MITT. Now, this was a super active one months ago, MITT. And yeah, I mean, I don't like it that much because I look left and the next high is 622. And to me, it's just a little bit too close. If it were up here around 640 or so, that might be a little more attractive, but Bitcoin continues to sell off a bit here, not a bit, big sell off, $2,800 approximately. And I was saying to Chris, this is a big level for BITO. The low looking left was 2043, so it's just a little bit below that low now. Give me a moment, guys. Maybe keep an eye on GIL. Okay, it looks like it's might be trying to get through 30 again. 30, not 30, 30, 33. Come on, just give me a moment, guys. When this happens, best to just reset the connection. It'll slow down on my charts here. Yeah, I'm going to stick an alert around 33.25 for GIL. It might be boring as anything with 173 million in the float, but if it takes this out later on, maybe, and if the market keeps doing this, this might, have an end of day run. Certainly has room. It's down 9%. Yeah, it's a big market move, guys. That is a big market move. So now even the NASA's up, Dow's up, of course, and the SPY is up. So everything is up now on that market move. And there's the GCT, another, well, all-time high. Maybe. Maybe this was an IPO here. Maybe. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not on, I'm thinking of another one. This is not an all-time high. Okay, guys, I'm going to do a video. Moment. Okay, so do my video. Okay, back around 134. Should be earlier, but just in case. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself in both rooms. Well, guys, GCT got over 15 briefly. Let's see if it pulls back at all and pops over 15 again. First, the big attraction is that it's got all this room before it hits the next high, even on the daily chart. Let's say the daily and the weekly chart coinciding with the next high, 1855. Pepe, did you take Macy's? I did not take Macy's. Kicking myself, but you took it. Good for you. Okay, guys. So William says he will keep the room open, probably a little after 4, whenever Oracle releases earnings. You're about the only big one today. Not much in the way of earning season now, of course. There's the INVZ, another new little high here. Here's that OPFI that I saw earlier, OPFI. Boy, it's got room. Nice little break here too. A little bit of congestion, a little break for OPFI. Low float, 13.5 million in the float. I do not see any news on it. I'm just looking to see what they actually do. Okay, so yeah, so William will keep the room open until at least 4:05. Okay, so I typically take off at around 3. I always stick around if there are questions, but typically I'll take off at around 3. William will keep the main room open until 4:05. Wait for Oracle's earnings. Again, guys, this is the level right now for this INVZ. If it can ever really break through here, right through here, look at all the room it's got when you look left. Okay, I think this is a new one today, BRLT. I don't recall seeing this one earlier. The Brilliant Earth Group, okay, BRLT. And yeah, but again, when you look left on the weekly chart, to me, it just seems all these little areas where it could stall. I'd love to see a cleaner shot. Maybe the next high was 4, but unfortunately, to me anyway, it looks like it could stall at numerous areas. So for me, it's just not that interesting. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to stall at these areas, but the next high looking left on the daily chart is 320-ish, 320. So this OPFI, kind of interesting. I mean, it just showed up in the option scanner now, okay? Just but it even though it's a 10-day daily breakout, but there's a filter that is obviously preventing it from showing up. And I think it's got to be, yeah, I can tell 50, it has to be 40 cents from the open, I think. And that is not happening. Yeah, at least 40 cents up from the open. And it's not 40 cents up from the open. So that's why it's not showing up in the 10-day daily breakout. Doesn't mean it's bad. You know, I mean, it's showing up on the option scanner. And again, though, when you look left, the next, oh, well, I think that is the next high. I get it. That is the next high. That's the high today. Maybe not. You know, what's the high today? And looking left, there must be a high somewhere in the past. Yeah, it's looking way back here, which is looks like March 18th of 2022. So say a year and a little over a year and a half ago. So today's high hit the high of about a year and a half ago and stopped so far. So now Macy's is doing the same thing. So it's coming into a high, a daily high. I don't know when it was, but that is the daily high that it's got to contend with right now, 2120. Not sure when that was, but it would have been the week of earlier this year, the week of March 6th. So there you go, Pepe. May not matter. Well, yeah, I mean, KSS, some of the retailers earlier anyway, KSS and Nordstrom's, JWN, not as much, not as much as Macy's. I mean, Macy's is up 7%. Sorry, what is Macy's up? Macy's is up. Macy's is up 21%. Okay. Kohl's is up what 7%, but definitely a sympathy play. Just not the same percentage, but Kohl's is up, yeah, up 7%. Nordstrom's was up also earlier today anyway. Yeah, so Nordstrom's and Kohl's are actually up about the same percent, both up about 7%. And absolutely a sympathy play with Macy's. Thank you, Real, for posting that information about Macy's. Yeah, as I say, I mean, Macy's, these two funds, they've offered 21, but Macy's is under no obligation to accept it. Maybe keep an eye on Zoom, guys. ZM. Keep an eye on Zoom. It's at that whole number 73. I mean, it had a run. It's being ejected from the NAS 100, and that caused the initial downward move in the pre-market. Actually recovered, but now we're basically just gone negative, just a little bit at the whole number. So this could have a move down now. That is ZM. So kind of watching this OPFI, guys, see if it gets back up to that 430 level and moves from there. Some volume absolutely came in. Okay, I think Shady mentioned that, yeah, SSNT over 90 might catch. You see, it's just around 1090. Yeah, it's around 1090 right now, hugging the 10 SMA, the 80 MA on the way up. Okay, guys, ELTK, that's another high for the day. ELTK. This is the one I was thinking of, all-time high. I was thinking that it was the The other one that I looked at, but no, this is the one. This is an all-time high now. Israeli stock, all-time high. Looks like this could have been a SPAC around because at $10 could have been a SPAC that turned into ELTK. Bank of Montreal buys shares, really? Maybe not. Maybe it wasn't a SPAC. Okay, the bid went up by a penny for the OPFI from 424 to 425. So now it's a bid 425, 426. I'm just wondering if it's going to pop through that 430 and have a bit of a run. If it does, I'll probably take it. This EF Hutton SPAC. Ooh, ugly today, boy. Really ugly. Okay, MSS. I have an alert set for this one. MSS. Ah, yeah. Okay. Well, keep an eye on this one now. This one could have a bit of a run. The high looking left, 1698. Six, yeah, almost 17 on the weekly chart. I think the spread isn't great. 1505, 1550. Not great, but well, this marker has been all over the place. Last time I saw it was quite a bit further down, but it's obviously had some kind of a bit of a pop. It was down to 4. So this is a high of the day now for marker MRKR. It did hit 556 in the pre-market, so about a dollar away from that. All right, well, let's take a look. Where could it go before it hits that next high for marker RKR? Next high is 5, 502. Next high, 502. Well, guys, honestly, all I'm really looking at is this OPFI in case it breaks through 430. That's about all I'm really looking at now. Now, this is shortable. This MRKR is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers in case it just stalls. Great move for the market since 11:45. It's been straight up. 11:45, straight up. Almost 2 o'clock now. Well, let's take a look at Oracle for something to do. Oracle has earnings after hours today. ORCL. Let's see what the how the bets are being placed right now. Not much. Just up 1.3%. A lot of resistance to get through on that 117. But boy, if it depending on what they do, what they say, if it can get through 117, it's got a lot of room. A lot of room. Right up to the 127 mark. Okay, guys, keep an eye on that OPFI inching its way to 430. Well, if this 15-minute chart wasn't so ugly looking, this could be interesting. ESOA, not a lot of, I mean, relative volume is great. Has earnings this week. ESOA has room to 450, but this chart is just so ugly looking. Now, there's Macy's again. Yeah. So if we read that correctly, they'd be willing to up it past 21, and they have the wherewithal to up it. In other words, they can get the financing for the deal if they make it a little sweeter. Give me a moment, guys. There's something that I'm should have deleted. Well, again, I really outsmarted myself. I mean, this Macy's from here, from 2050 to 2123, fairly steady too. I mean, there was a little bit of a pause here, 2071, little bit of a pause at 21, but not bad. On a day where I found a little bit, well, it's not so choppy now. Now the market is just moving higher. But again, only 4 alerts from that one. So let me just go over that again. All right. Go to my homepage and show you the scans that I am sharing, as well as other stuff. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, so if you do want to take out a subscription right now, you can use this promo code Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only. If you do want to take on an annual, I can get you a 25% code. You just have to let me know. You have to do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. And as always, if you are going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my promo code. It will really help to keep this room free. Okay. It'll really help. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, series of videos that I think will really help you. The first video starts off with what is a stock? Okay. Stock of the day video that I do. I did it on Macy's actually. Trade of the week. It'll be sent to you before the market opens Monday morning. It did not trigger. The trade of the week this week is Carvana, CVNA. The trigger price is 41. It got within 2 cents. It did not trigger. The education section is here, and here are my scans. Okay, so if you're looking for my scans, here they are, including the one that I pay a lot of attention to now, the abnormal option activity, plus the 10-day daily break combo. Okay, but I have a lot of other scans I'm sharing. You can ask me questions about them. And again, don't be shy. If you have a question, please ask. Don't feel that you're interrupting me from doing something else. Not really, Gus. No, moving average crossovers, not really. I'm not a big. The only thing I really pay attention to be honest, is the 200-day moving average. I know I've got these on the screen, but I don't really pay that much attention to it. It's kind of a bit of a guide. I guess it's sort of interesting to see, and that's the 80 MA and the 20 SMA or 10 SMA. But I do pay attention definitely to the 200-day moving average, but that's about it. I do not pay attention to crossovers at all. Not that that's a bad thing, of course. So the question is, does Trade Ideas have a number of trades filter per day? Yes and no. Okay. It's not really that valuable because what it does is, I'll just show you what it does. It's not going to be, if you're looking to intraday trade, it's really not that, what's it called? Trades. No. Help me, Pepe. What's it called again? What's that filter called again? Remember the name of it? It's not called trades. Is it not does not have trades. Here he comes. Prince. That's right, Prince. Thank you so much. All right. It is called, yeah, the average. See, it's the average number of prints. Okay. So if you're looking though, as an intraday trader, this is useless because you could say, no, if you're looking to find something that trades a lot on average every single day, then of course you can do this. You can use this. But the problem with using this, if you're an intraday trader, let's just say for argument's sake, you put 200,000, oh, sorry, 200,000, say 5,000 trades a day or 2,000. What if a stock that normally hardly trades at all of a sudden is exploding, and is trading millions upon millions of shares today? You will not see that stock if you use this filter and say put an average print number of prints, trades, say, 2,000, 4,000, whatever number you want. But I suppose it can have some value if you want to get into something that normally trades a lot. But I would not use it if you're looking to set up a scan for intraday trading, if that makes sense. That makes sense. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. Okay. It's funny. I asked for that when I was a subscriber, and I asked for that filter, and that's what they gave. And I said, it's not bad, but how about the actual number of prints? And they said, sure, we can do that, but that was 10 years ago. So, okay, Cameron, I will private message you. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, so I put my homepage link in, and then here's the code you can use. Before you do it, I just want to make sure it used to be valid, but let me make sure. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is going to be the one though. Okay, but just let me make sure. Yeah, that works. Okay. I just checked. I just did it. So that definitely works. All right, guys. INVZ from Shady is moving a little bit. Again, coming right into that 234 or so is the next high, looking left. I'm still kind of holding out on this OPFI. It may be a lost cause, but if it gets over 430, I probably want to 430. Yeah, 430. I probably want to take it. So you can see exactly where that high was. That this is the week of September 11th. Okay, that's where the daily high was that INVZ has got to overcome. Yeah, it's at 11 now. SSNT. It's been a little bit choppy. I know Shady said to watch it at 11 1090. I think it dropped back down to 1070, back up to 11 now. And yeah, this could be one of those that has that, late day run that we always talk about. Almost a red bar ignored. Almost a red bar ignored on the 15-minute. Takes that 1103. Look at that little red line right there. That could, if it can get through that 234, then the next high on the weekly chart anyway would be 251. Yes, I see JTAI. I do see it's actually I have one race running on my other monitor. Just keep trying to keep tabs on things that are not necessarily making new highs of the day. And this is one of them. There's the high of the day up here, JTAI. Speaking of which, wow, just hit 350 briefly. JTAI. There's the high, 350, looking left on the weekly chart, and it got to 350. It got literally right to 350. The next high after that is 411. I remember this one from last week, guys. CHSN. CHSN. Sorry, I thought it was a more of a pop. Now, the fact it has AI in its name, yeah, so, okay. Boy, I don't know. Keep an eye on this ZM. I mean, it just has that look about it that it wants to drop. You know, I mean, look at this. Actually, a green bar ignored. The low is 73, 72.96 here. The low of that green bar was 73. It's just a little bit below. Meanwhile, Macy's continues to make new highs. IEP, Carl stopped. Yeah, a lot of volume coming in. Definitely a lot of volume is coming in right now. This is one I can't trade as a Canadian. They get this message, something about tax consideration, et cetera. There's very few that are like this, and this is one of them. Are all the sectors up? Well, let's see what there are from the open. So these are the major sectors. They're changed from the opening print today. And you can see that every single sector, well, up, it's over 50%. Yeah. So I guess every single sector from the open, XLC and minor, it's 55%. 55% of the stocks that make up XLC are up. But yeah, I mean, looks like every major sector is at least 50% or above from the opening print. All right, guys. I don't normally do this, but I'm short this ZM. Okay, if it gets back to 73, I'm out. It might be market dependent, and I'm right at 72.86 on the short. So if it gets back to 73, I'll get out. Not a recommendation to do what I'm doing, of course, but just telling you what I this has that look about it. But I may be wrong. The UAP is at 72.36, so that's far enough away. Just out of curiosity, MB, are you using our web charts or so when you right click on it? Well, you may not have our charts up and running, but if you click on our chart, does it have you got use browser interface checked? Or again, you may not have our charts up anymore, but if you right click on our chart and use browser interface, is that checked? Because you might find that is also a reason why it's stopped. Why that's why I don't use it. Come on, market, drag this one down just a little bit. I'm not expecting much. This is more just a bit of a trial, a little bit of a test on the Z for me and the ZM. I cannot, Frank. All I can do, because I don't use it at all. Okay, I mean, you're talking about in the Market Explorer. Yeah, I mean, I don't use it. So, I mean, if you're asking me, all you have to do, you have to load it, obviously. I mean, that's number one. Where is it? Where is that? TTM. It's in the ball. Okay, so when you load it, I mean, now it's up to you. Okay, you load it, and so these are the alerts today, right now for it, and it's up to you now to, do you like what you see? I don't use the TTM. Okay, now if you're in tomorrow, Michael Noss, who created these. I mean, you can ask him, what is this showing you? I don't know. I mean, I know what the TTM, I know what it is, but when you see this now, I mean, if you're asking me, well, now how do I trade this? That is up to you. Take a look at the amps, see if it looks, they're all kind of the same. Yeah, I have no idea. None of the markets, most of these are generally are for a longer term trade, so that's why I don't use it. I'm sorry, I can't be more help. But if you come in tomorrow between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room, Michael Noss, he might be able to give you a better explanation. I think even, isn't there an explanation though, somewhere about what it's looking for at least? There used to be something maybe in no, okay, thank you. So Pepe, there you go. Frank, you can take, yeah, but understand that that is a very, very select. I mean, don't think that you have to learn everything that's in the Market Explorer, all these different strategies. Okay, I mean there are so many. Okay, now if TTM is something that you've read about in the past, and it's something that you thought, well, I wouldn't mind, I wouldn't mind learning more about that because I've read about TTM. Fine, and so Pepe just put a link for you, Market Explorer, the Bollinger Band Squeeze, TTM Squeeze, okay? So you can read about that one, and I guess other ones in there. But don't feel you have to know all of these different strategies that are here. I mean, there are so many of them. Okay, and again, these are more for longer term holds, which is fine if that's what you want to do. But I mean, there's so many. I have no idea how anybody is supposed to know which one to use. I think it's more that, if you understand if you understand what this is trying to, like RSI, unable to get oversold. Let's take a look at it. These are stocks that are obviously running, but how you're going to trade it, I mean, again, you got to have some trading experience. So I guess if I looked at the RSI and lift, it'd probably be very high. And a lot of people would say, wow, we're oversold. Sorry. Strong RSI. Some people might think, wow, strong RSI, this has got to drop, but maybe, it's sort of counter to that. But again, you really have to go through them yourself and have some kind of an idea. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Unable to get overbought. That's what I was really looking for. Anyway, this is not this. If you come in tomorrow, though, between 12 and 1 Eastern time, into our YouTube room, Michael Noss will be there. And he's the creator of all of these, and you can maybe ask him some questions. Well, WBUY is, that is Insanely whippy one, Baba, as you know, you probably know. So hard to really gauge what this one could do. I mean, what it did, on what was that? So Friday, Thursday, so that was Wednesday, and it got all the way up to 1440, closed down here at 2. The next day it's all the I mean, I cannot no clue what this one could do. No clue at all. I'd be staying away from it, to be honest. A Van Ness had a all right. It's giving me a little bit, the Zoom. New Star Energy. All right, guys, 2:30 now. So again, sorry, Frank. Again, I don't pay any attention to the Market Explorer just because, first of all, there's so many strategies there. I have no idea I mean, I can read what they're supposed to do and all, but because they're mainly for longer term trading, they're just not of any interest to me. But as Pepe put in, he put in a description. I think you can find a description of all of the strategies then. But I would never get hung up on thinking, wow, I've got to learn all these. You don't have to. Wow. Look at this, guys. This is pretty interesting. I think it's pretty interesting anyway. So this is the momentum down. This is just the flip. Okay. This is momentum up. And what I've done is I've just taken that scan and flipped it. In other words, I want to see now stocks moving down on momentum. We didn't have anything since 1050. And then we went from 1050 and then 216 is the next one. And now we just had one here, MPTI. But not too much on the momentum side on stocks moving down that meet these filter requirements. This one's so late. I'd be very interested in this one on a potential short. I mean, the next low looking left is around 27.51. All right. Well, Zoom's giving me a little bit, guys. Okay, JP. Yeah. So you need our standard service. Okay. So the question is how to set up the trading simulator. Okay. So you need our standard service. Number one, you have to be using our downloadable application. And before I keep going, I should make sure that you can hear me. Okay. And see my screen. So I just need a couple of yeses to let me know that you can hear me and see my screen. Okay. So, okay, so if you're using the downloadable application, all you need is our standard service. And then from our toolbar, just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Okay, click on Brokerage Plus. This will be the screen. You may not have the same column headers as I do, but this will be the screen that should pop up. And more than likely, it'll look like this though. It'll say not connected. Okay, it'll say not connected. So all you have to do is then in the toolbar, Brokerage Plus, there are a couple of options. One is SIM for simulation, paper trading. Click on SIM, and now that not connected. Now it should turn to simulator, but it really depends, I guess, on the version of Trade Ideas you have. If it says account, just click on it, and then this little box will pop up that'll say simulated training default. And now you click on it, and then you're in the simulator. Okay. And that's basically it. Then the next step is all you have to do is you click on an alert. The symbol shows up in the box. You can click on quantity, and we've got some predetermined share sizes. But of course, you can type in whatever share size you want. So I'll just take Macy's just to show you the mechanics. Okay. I'll take up, whoops. All right. ZM's giving me a little more than I thought. So let me take Macy's. And I'll take 100 shares. If I want to buy it, I just click buy. The spread's, a penny, so obviously you can do that. Buy and then send. Now you're in it. Now you're in the simulator. Yeah, so the default is $100,000, and you want to fund it with $4,000. I think I think you have to have another. I mean, you can ask them to fund it with $4,000 to get that down to from 100, or you know, even though it says $100,000, you don't have to use $100,000, obviously. But I think you can actually create another account that has that amount in it, right, Pepe? So you can create another. Okay, so you can create on the accounts. There we go. Thank you, Pepe. Again, I always forget this. Okay, so there's the accounts tab. So in order to make sure you have the accounts tab, okay, the accounts tab, if you click on new, not from the toolbar, from but within Brokerage Plus, and you see where it says new, and then click on the accounts tab. So now the tab is there, and then as now you can right click on it, as Pepe said. Why is that not showing me? Oh, right here. Okay, and then in the body here, add a new simulated trading default. Now, are you now I'm gonna add starting value 4K, right? 4K, 4,000. Add it. Okay, so there you are. So let's do it again. So here you have to have the accounts tab open, but now in the body here, you right click, add new simulated trading default, and you can give it a name, whatever name you want. And then it says starting value, 4K. You put 4K in there or 4,000. Okay. And then add it. And then then when you go back to positions, or click on account and then, okay, now test. And now if you go to positions, how does that test come out? So I'm clicking on test. I guess what it's showing me is the previous one anyway. You have to add it, JP, though. You have to add it. You have to add add the accounts tab. So in brokerage, here where it says brokers and right beside it says new, click on accounts tab. You have to add it. So if you can see my screen, right beside brokers one of five, click on new, and then accounts tab is one of the ones you can add. There you go. And then you've got accounts, and then in the body, as Pepe was saying, in the body here, right click, add new simulated trading account, and give it a name. You want to call it JP, and your starting value 4K, and add it. Okay, and now he should be, as Pepe says, make sure you click on that one, and that's the one you want. There's a simulator. There's the 100,000. Okay, that's the typical. Now if you click on test, let me just try something here. I want to get rid of this. Okay, so will it allow me then, just for argument's sake, to take 4,000 shares of this, which would of course be enough 4,400 shares. Okay, so I'm obviously not in that account because it allowed me to take 400 shares, which is of course $8,000. So unless I delete this, maybe you have to delete that. Ah, right. Of course you're right. Of course you're right. Okay, so thank you, Pepe. So JP, so where it says positions, okay, and then in account, says all accounts, and just check test. Okay, so you can see right off the bat that I'll try to do it again. I'll try to take 400 shares of Macy's. Let's see what happens. Buy, send. How come it's allowing me to do it, Pepe? Or does that only work with a live account somehow? Have I done it wrong? I didn't? I've got test here, account, I have test checked. Oh, okay, let me s it's pretty confusing then. Just give me a moment. Okay, I'll do it one more time. That's pretty confusing. I mean, I think I'm in the test account right now, but okay. Um, oh, to the left, not to the right, to the left. There it is, test. Is that not set up correctly? Okay, but watch. I thought I did that. Maybe I didn't. 400, buy, send, still took it. Well, let me take a look at the accounts. Make sure that I okay, okay, okay. See what it's doing, JP, it's giving me 4-to-1 margin. That's why. So it's giving me 4-to-1 margin on 4,000 on $4,000. So I mean, if you I mean, if you want to just have it max 4,000, you'd probably have to then make an account value of 1,000, if that makes sense. Because it's going to give you 4-to-1 margin. So divide that by 4. So you could start another account, add new simulated trading default. Let's call it test 1. Put 1K, okay? Now you add it. So there it is. Positions. Let's see if this works now. Test 1. Okay. Now let's see if I can buy 4,000 shares or 400 shares of, I better not. Yeah, you see? Oh, okay. See what happened? It wouldn't allow me to do it because, well, that's up to you if you wanna trade on margin, of course. Margin is great if you're intraday trading, but, it's up to you. So just if you don't wanna if you wanna make sure you can only spend at a absolute max $4,000, well, just put $1,000 in the, because it's going to show like, you're in the simulator, don't worry about, don't worry about, like, you're in the simulator, so you're only gonna be exposed to $4,000. Okay? So I don't think there's a way to say, "Okay, 4,000 cash and don't give me margin." I don't think there's a way. Wow, guys, you know what? This ZM is giving me a lot more than I thought. So I don't think, right, Pepe? I don't think you can have a cash sim account, but I think that's your workaround. Just put $1,000 in, and then it won't allow you to buy more than $4,000, which is what you want. Just, treat it like just do that. Just treat it like that, and I think you're. Well, it's not often I take a late day trade that works out this well, guys, but this has worked out very well for me. Short at 72.86. And I've just covered some because I'll be taking off pretty soon. Yeah, if you have any other questions, I'll be taking off soon. But if you have some questions, maybe tomorrow, if you just start practicing with it, using it this afternoon, have some questions tomorrow, definitely ask away. Pepe will be able to answer you. Now, I think ZM is coming right into the VWAP. I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 72.37. So that's why I've taken some off here, guys. Evening. Okay, from Denmark. Cool. Copenhagen. I remember you. So there's the VWAP, guys. 72.37 for ZM. So that worked out actually pretty well, guys. I needed to get down to 72.58 for a 1 for 2 risk reward. I was risking, I know, risking 14 cents on that trade. And 72.58 is 28 cents down. So that is worked out to be good so far. And who knows, even more. But there's that VWAP, 72.37. There is, Jeffro, but if you're intraday trading, it may not be valuable. Okay. The reason, because I mean, I can show you what it is. So if you right click, configure, click on search, and just type in spread. So, oh, there's the OPFI, guys. Maybe a late day breaker. I probably won't do it, but okay. So there's the spread. So you can add that filter. So if you wanted, as an example, the maximum spread 5 cents. So you would put 5 pennies, so five in the max. So if you get an alert, yes, it'll be 5 cents at the time of the alert. That doesn't mean it's going to be 5 cents, when you actually look at the trade or look at the stock. because remember, you could get into something that's pretty wild and all of a sudden, the spread could go to 10, 15, 20 cents. At the time of the alert, though, it would be what you want. Doesn't mean, though, it's going to stay there. Does that make sense? I mean, if you're trading things that, okay, if you're trading things that, have fairly tight spreads all the time and you want to have, okay, then you can try it, you can use it. But even those, I mean, even if you're trading Apple or some of those stocks that, have pretty decent spreads all day long. So at the time of the alert, it'll be correct. Doesn't mean, though, when you check it, that it will be that spread. But you can try it, sure. Remember, it's in pennies. So if you want a nickel spread, put 5. You want a 10-cent spread, put 10. Meanwhile, this ZM is looks like it is trying to take out the VWAP even. Or it's hanging right at the VWAP, guys. So the next low looking left on the 15-minute chart is 72.23. That might stall it if the VWAP doesn't. Or maybe nothing's going to stall this for a while. Again, I'm out of most of mine, okay? I'm out of most of it just because of that VWAP area, and I'm going to be taking off pretty soon. I actually have to go somewhere, so all right, guys, are there any last minute questions that I can answer before I wrap my day wrap my day up in the room? Again, William will keep the room open until at least 4:05, okay? So before I do go, I will put the main room link into our YouTube room in case there's anybody in YouTube that wants to head over. Oh yeah, I know that was the news about ZM being booted out of the NAS 100. That's why I was kind of interested that it did this. But that is the reason I took the trade. I mean, I looked at that little red bar, green bar ignored, and I thought, okay, maybe sanity. I mean, it's being booted out. That's not great news. I mean, something like the ZM has been very orderly all day long in terms of the spread. So that's one that, the spread was pretty tight all day long. and a ton of shares available, 5.77 million at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, so if I don't see any other questions right now, I will take off. I don't see any questions right now. Okay, just gave it another moment. Okay, so no more questions. So I'm going to take off now, guys. So thanks a lot for all the help. Both rooms will be open at 9 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow. You're welcome, Frank. So both rooms will be open at 9 o'clock tomorrow with my being on the mic and sharing my screen. The main room is actually open usually around 7:30. Chris or William opens it up, and then or you can talk amongst yourselves until I get on the mic at 9 o'clock. YouTube, I usually open about 5 to 9. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. So I'm going to stop my screen sharing right now and get mute in the main room. Now I will shut down the YouTube room.